dari tanaman pokak yang dapat menurunkan AFP atau alpha-fetoprotein sebagai indikasi anti kanker. COE Polkesma juga menyediakan pelatihan dalam bidang bakery sebagai bekal wahana melatih kewirausahaan untuk mahasiswa dan juga masyarakat umum. Instagram. Dalam bidang layanan COE Polkesma, Polkesma melayani berbagai macam jenis analisa. Di antaranya adalah analisa proksimat, meliputi analisa kadar air, kadar protein, dan kadar lemak. Selain itu, juga melayani analisa antioksidan serta vitamin C. COE Polkesma juga melayani penelitian hewan coba atau penelitian yang melibatkan tikus putih dalam penelitian pemanfaatan bahan lokal. COE Polkesma juga melayani analisa mikrobiologi dengan menganalisa total plate count atau TPC. Dalam tahun ke depan, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan produk minuman sehat dari hasil penelitian, misalnya jus campuran yang dapat menurunkan protein calon sel kanker, serta jus lain seperti jus seledri timun dan jus buah naga timun. Selain itu, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan es krim dan teh sehat dari tanaman pokak yang dapat menurunkan AFP atau alpha-fetoprotein sebagai indikasi anti kanker. COE Polkesma juga menyediakan pelatihan dalam bidang bakery sebagai bekal wahana melatih kewirausahaan untuk mahasiswa dan juga masyarakat umum.
Welcome to Malang State Polytechnic of Health, Polkesma. Polkesma is under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. The main campus is located on Besar Ijen Street 77C, Malang. The campus, established in 2001, is one of the 38 health institutions owned by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Polkesma has a vision to become a civilized and globally competitive polytechnic of health. Polkesma has a number of missions carried out, including organizing a qualified education and learning to develop the potential and the personality of civilized and globally competitive students. Polkesma also working on developing the productivity of applied research and service for qualified and innovative communities. Besides that, developing good organizational governance based on information technology. And finally, Polkesma is developing cooperation and productivity both of domestic and international partnerships. Polkesma has 5,000 students that is divided into 4 majors and 20 program study. The campus is a benchmark of health education in Indonesia, which leads of 7 campuses, which located in Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, Ponorogo. At present, Polkesma offers study program, Diploma Program of Nutrition Study, Diploma Program of Nursing, Diploma Program of Midwifery, Diploma Program of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis, Diploma Program of Medical Records and Health Information, Diploma Program of Health Insurance, Diploma Program of Blood Bank Technology, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nutrition and Dietetics, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nursing, Undergraduate Program of Applied Midwifery, Undergraduate Program of Health Promotion, Undergraduate Program of Applied Safety and Health, Undergraduate Program of Professional Education, Dietitian, Nursing, and Midwife. To support lectures, Polkesma provides educative facilities, starting with lecture rooms with modern learning media. Integrated functional laboratories supported by advanced technology. Digital-based integrated library or library, counseling unit, dormitory, mosque, gazebo, canteen, sport facilities, hotspot area, computer room, language laboratory, nursing laboratory, nutrition laboratory, midwifery laboratory, blood bank technology, medical record, and a secure parking. Supported by the implementation of a top vocational education with 60% of practicum activities and 40% of theory study, which will improve the student's skill with practice in laboratories and other practical media. Polkesma continue to implement innovative, fun teaching methods with the concept of enjoying learning. On top of that, Polkesma implements an internet-based test for examination and e-learning and blended learning, which is applying classroom learning methods and utilizing e-learning. A qualified education is formed by instilling values that are presented through 220 teaching staff, qualified master and doctorals who have been certified with various disciplines and examples in daily life. Polkesma also instills national character and ethics and excels in professionalism to withstand the global challenges. Besides academics, Polkesma also prepares students who are confident in their abilities by providing student activity units, developing students' interests and talents ranging from arts, sports, science, Red Cross, Scout, language, and spirituality. This is where the step of realizing the ideal begins, by channeling freedom of expression. Polkesma educates students to be loyal to the country and have a mental attitude of character by providing an education of national defense. Polkesma shows success in producing superior individuals with both national and international achievements. National and international cooperation, with the health education institution as well as the health service institutions. This success can also be seen from the distribution and role of Polkesma alumni in international health agencies, spread across Asia, Australia, Europe, and even America.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. Welcome in Health Polytechnic of Malang. We are delighted to welcome you for the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition and Health 2022 under the title Food and Herbs for Cancer and Diabetes Mellitus. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tiana Rahmadita and I will be hosting you today. Before we proceed, I would like to welcome our special guest for today, Mr. Budi Susatya, SKPMK, Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang, for the representation, Dr. Nur Rahman, STPMP, Chair of the Committee and Head of Center of Excellence for Health Polytechnic of Malang, distinguished speakers of the conference, and last but not least, participants and audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda for this morning, we will sing our national anthem and the hymn of Health Polytechnic of Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated uprightly. The next agenda is prayer that will be led by Mr. Aziz Setiawan, SKM. Please, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, all of audience, we begin our today with pray to our God. Maybe our God give us everything today to our activities. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa adhimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad wa sallim wa radiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli sahabati Rasulillah ajma'in walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Oh Allah, our God, on this morning of November 2nd, we are together to attend the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health by Health Polytechnic of Malang. Then give us the easy and flexibility of this activity. Oh Allah, my God, Almighty, forgive our sins, our parents' sins, our teacher sins, our leader sins, and all of us. Oh Allah, our God, the Almighty God, give us useful science from this conference for our nation and our country. Give us your instruction to practice our knowledge. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi lana min amrina rasyada. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is report that will be delivered by Dr. Nur Rahman, STP MP, Chair of the Committee and Head of Installation Center of Excellence, Science and Technology for Health Polytechnic of Malang. Sir, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Diana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable General Director of Health Worker Republik of Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat. Also now she cannot join in this event. The second, the Honorable Director of Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang, Mr. Budi Susyatya, Sarjana Keperawatan, Magister Kesehatan. Distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the webinar. This webinar is the 5th event held by the Center of Excellence for Science and Technology at the Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang, which in the future we will focus on local material for treating diabetes mellitus and cancer. So it is our duty to spread knowledge and information related to this matter in order to create healthy and better society. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is attended by participants joining from various countries, including Palestine, Thailand, the Philippines, Oman, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And we have expert presenters in the respective field. They will share material that definitely will be able to enrich your knowledge regarding the topic. The webinar will be held for 2 days. Today, we will focus on diabetes mellitus, and tomorrow, we will focus on cancer matter. As the number of the participants, I would like to report that total number of participants is 351 participants, with 9 oral presenters and 11 poster presenters. At least, I would like to thank all the committee who have supported this event so that it can run well as expected. May all our activity in these 2 days be beneficial for all of us. Thank you. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice day.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, sir, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcome speech by the Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang. Please welcome Mr. Budi Susyatya, SKP MKes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable General Director of Health Workers Republik Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKN, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the conference. I am delighted to see that so many guests here are joining us online from around the world. I am especially honored to welcome our distinguished speakers and our keynote speaker, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM. I also would like to thank each of our speakers for taking part in this event. We can see that we have outstanding speakers this year. My gratitude goes to all of the audience too, and I hope you all are looking forward to the discussion as much as I do. And my high appreciation goes to the committee for their hard work to realize this international event. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 5th year we are holding our major annual event international conference on food, nutrition and health. There is no doubt that nutrition and health are very closely related. For generations, people have alleged that food provide greater benefits than simply supplying energy. Today, we are lucky to have experts in the field to share their valuable insight in the development of research on food and herbal for cancer and diabetes mellitus issue related to problem and challenges of developing new information in finding early cancer and diabetes mellitus diagnosis and treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, you will listen to presentation and discussion on food herb for cancer and diabetes mellitus topic. Through the discussion that we're going to have, we will undoubtedly learn from one another about the topics by exchanging valuable viewpoints, all of which are directed toward the betterment of our community. It is expected that the outcome of this webinar will be able to give contribution to improve our nation health status and creating healthy society. All of the speakers' ideas are indeed important for the sake of our nation welfare. So it will be a great honor to have them all here. Make sure you don't miss them. Lastly, as it is always said, if you enjoy doing something, then you will find it rewarding. So I hope all of you enjoyed the event in the next 2 days and find it as a rewarding experience. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thank you very much for the space, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is conference session. But before we start, we would like to remind you to fill the attendance link that will be shared by the committee on the chat box. Please note, for receiving conference certificate, you need to fill the attendance link and make sure that you fill the form by using active email address. Before start, I would like to read the rule of our conference today. First, each participant are highly recommended to be present from the beginning until the end of the webinar. Second, every participant in the Zoom meeting are prohibited to unmute themselves during the speaker presentation and can unmute when allowed. Question can be typed via chat box under the format name_institution_question. And then the last information, such as material link and others, can be accessed via the chat box. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, but before we start our conference, we would like to listen our keynote speaker by DRT Arianti Anaya MKM with the topic Poltekkes strategy towards science technopark to strengthen domestic technology. But because of Dr. Arianti Anaya schedule, she could not attend in this Zoom meeting today and will be represented. So please, time is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To the distinguished Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, guest speaker, committee, and participant of 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. Let us praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all His grace, so that today we can gather here at the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. I also want to express my appreciation to the Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang for organizing this conference with the theme Food and Health for Cancer and Diabetes Mellitus. Ladies and gentlemen, cancer and diabetes mellitus have become the 9th and 3rd highest cause of death in Indonesia based on the global burden of disease and the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation 2014 until 2019. The data of Riset Kesehatan Dasar Riskesdas 2018 show that total cancer case are 0.18% total population or 477.028 people. In addition, BPJS health data explain the second highest health financings in 2021 are for cancer disease. It's about 3 trillion. Cardiovascular disease and stroke that may be caused by diabetes mellitus have become the first and third biggest BPJS spending cost. To overcome the problem of cancer, diabetes mellitus, and other diseases in Indonesia, the Ministry of Health conduct transformation of health system. There are 6 pillars of health transformation. Transformation of primary services, referral services, health security system, health financing, human resources for health, and health technology. To ladies and gentlemen, primary health services are important in early detection and prevention of disease worsening. The Ministry of Health strengthens the primary services through community health education, primary prevention, secondary prevention, and increasing the capacity and capability of primary services. Education for community is carried out through 7 main campaigns consisting of immunization, balanced nutrition, exercise, anti-smoking, environmental sanitation and hygiene, disease screening, and medication adherence. For primary prevention, the government adds routine immunization from 11 into 14 antigens and expanding vaccine coverage throughout Indonesia. One of this edition is HPV vaccine that prevent cervix cancer. Secondary prevention is implemented through screening for the 14 disease causing of the highest number of deaths in each age target, such as cancer and diabetes, screening for stunting, and increasing antenatal for maternal and infant health. Increasing antenatal care is carried out the terms of increasing the capacity and capability of primary services. It is carried out through the construction of new puskesmas in 171 sub-districts. The provision of 40 essential medicines and the fulfillment of primary human resources for health. Our distinguished guests know that our communities implement food and herbal management to have a better health. Some people even seek traditional medicine to prevent and hinder development of cancer and diabetes mellitus. We know that Indonesia is rich in flora and fauna. However, we have a challenge in research to utilize them. Today, conference theme Food and Herbs for Cancer and Diabetes Mellitus will improve our science and technology in prevention, treatment and development of cancer and diabetes management. We hope this international conference can be a medium for exchanging knowledge to health worker, academic, student, and community to have better understanding to the situation and innovation on cancer and diabetes to face the challenge in this future. Finally, I congratulate for the implementation of the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. This conference shows the participation of Poltekkes Kemenkes Kalimantan Timur to support health system transformation. Finally, I congratulate for the implementation of the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. This conference shows the participation of Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang to support health system transformation. My big hope to the participants, please always contribute the community, give your biggest contribution to our national goal of health transformation to improve the health status of Indonesia and global community. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir, for the keynote speech from the General Health Workers of Republic Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we start the first session of the conference, that is Diabetes Diet, the Best Food for Diabetes, by Dr. Barokatunnisa Yusuf, PhD, Associate Professor, Deputy Dean Academic Health Science and Student Affairs, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra, Malaysia. This session will be led by Rani Adelina, SGZ MSc, as the moderator, but before that, I would like to introduce her briefly. She graduated from Nutrition Science of Universitas Brawijaya in 2011 and finished her postgraduate in Nutrition and Health Science, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. She currently holds a position of lecturer in Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Malang, and also Junior Principal Investigator of Polkesma Research Grant. She is also reviewer of Nutrition Journal Elsevier, and broadly, her research focused in nutritional diet and education for metabolic syndrome, obesity, type 2 diabetes, and hypertension. Ma'am Rani, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Well, thank you, Ms. Tiana, for introducing me. Okay, good morning, the participant of 5th ICFNH. How are you today? Hopefully, our God always bless us with the wellness and healthness. Let me lead the moderator for this first session during 1 hour ahead. We have the topic diabetes diet, the best foods for diabetes that will deliver by Dr. Barokatunnisa Muhammad Yusuf. In this morning, we have invited the wonderful speaker, Associate Professor Barokatunnisa Muhammad Yusuf, PhD from University Putra, Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Barokatunnisa, are you here?
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Well, okay. First of all, I will introduce our honorable speaker, Associate Professor Barokatunnisa. The host, please share screen the CV of Ms. Barokatun. Thank you. Well, next I will read the curriculum vitae of our expert. Here is it. The academic qualification of Dr. Barokatunnisa got her bachelor degree and doctoral degree from University Kebangsaan Malaysia from 1999 until 2009. And then 2015 until 2016, she got her postdoc training from Harvard Medical School. Work experience of Dr. Barakatuh Nisa start from clinical dietitian in University Malaysia, and then dietetics program professional dietetics internship training in UPM 2009 until 2015, and then clinical dietitian in Selangor, Malaysia 2014 until 2018, and then research members non-communicable chronic diseases Faculty of Medicine UPM 2014 until present, and then dietetics program coordinator Department of Nutrition and Dietetics UPM 2017 until 2019, and also massive open online course committee University Putra Malaysia from 2019 until 2020. And the next research dietitian from DUI project Diabetes Clinic Hospital Sedang Selangor, Malaysia from 2019 until present, and then clinical dietitian metabolic clinic in Teaching Hospital University Putra Malaysia from 2020 until present, and the last she is Deputy Dean Academic Health Sciences and Students Affairs Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences UPM 2019 until 2022. Her professional societies, such as a member from Malaysian Dietitians Association, and also council members Malaysian Dietitians Association from 2018 until now. Her awards start from Young Investigators Award for Diabetes Asia Conference, National Diabetes Institute in 2013, and then Travel Grant Award for 19th International Congress of Nutrition in 2009, and then Distinguished Poster Presentation in 19th Congress of Nutrition, and also Travel Grant Award for 20th World Diabetes Congress, Montreal, Canada in 2009, and also Award Farah Yasmin in 2019. And the last is the gold medal for International Putra Inno-Creative Poster Competition International at Putra Inno-Creative Carnival in Teaching and Learning 2020 UPM in 2021. Her research grants and consultancy, such as author or non-peer-reviewed scientific materials, and also policy paper and clinical guidelines, international and national, author on books and books chapters, scholarly without name authorship, and also journal publication as co-authors, which are 47, and also journal publications as senior author, such as 63, and also co-investigator on funded projects in 19, and also principal investigator for the funded projects for 15. Okay, that's all the curriculum vitae of Dr. Barakatuh Nisa. Dr. Barakatuh Nisa, how are you today?
Sinyalnya mungkin Bu Rani.
Oh, okay, well, maybe we can wait first. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Barakatuh Nisa. Are you here?
Sebentar ya Bu, internetnya sangat terganggu.
Oh, okay.
Saya
Well.
sekejap.
Okay, for all participants, maybe we can wait a few minutes. Have you ready?
Ibu Rani, bagi saya
Yes.
sebentar ya. Internetnya sangat slow di sini. Mau set up the new one.
Baik, silakan.
Okay, terima kasih. Sekejap ya.
Okay, all the participants, maybe we can wait a few minutes because the connection of Dr. Barakatuh Nisa is not stable now. We hope you can patiently waiting for this. Thank you.
Welcome to Malang State Polytechnic of Health, Polkesma. Polkesma is under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. The main campus is located on Besar Ijen Street 77C, Malang. The campus, which was established in 2001, is one of the 38 health institutions owned by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Polkesma has a vision to become a civilized and globally competitive polytechnic of health. Polkesma has a number of missions carried out, including organizing a qualified education and learning to develop the potential and the personality of civilized and globally competitive students. Polkesma also working on developing the productivity of applied research and service for qualified and innovative communities. Besides that, developing good organizational governance based on information technology. And finally, Polkesma is developing cooperation and productivity both of domestic and international partnerships. Polkesma has 5,000 students that is divided into 4 majors and 20 programs study. The campus is a benchmark of health education in Indonesia, which leads of 7 campuses, which located in Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, Ponorogo. At present, Polkesma offers study program, Diploma Program of Nutrition Study, Diploma Program of Nursing, Diploma Program of Midwifery, Diploma Program of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis, Diploma Program of Medical Records and Health Information, Diploma Program of Health Insurance, Diploma Program of Blood Bank Technology, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nutrition and Dietetics, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nursing, Undergraduate Program of Applied Midwifery, Undergraduate Program of Health Promotion, Undergraduate Program of Applied Safety and Health, Undergraduate Program of Professional Education, Dietitian, Nursing, and Midwife. To support lectures, Polkesma provides adequate facilities, starting with lecture rooms with modern learning media, integrated functional laboratories supported by advanced technology, digital-based integrated library or library, counseling unit, dormitory, mosque, gazebo, canteen, sport facilities, hotspot area, computer room, language laboratory, nursing laboratory, nutrition laboratory, midwifery laboratory, blood bank technology, medical record, and a secure parking. Supported by the implementation of a top vocational education with 60% of practicum activities and 40% of theory study, which will improve the student's skill with practice in laboratories and other practical media. Polkesma continue to implement innovative, fun teaching methods with the concept of enjoying learning. On top of that, Polkesma implements an internet-based test for examination and e-learning and blended learning, which is applying classroom learning methods and utilizing e-learning. A qualified education is formed by instilling values that are presented through 220 teaching staff, qualified master and doctorals who have been certified with various disciplines and examples in daily life. Polkesma also instills national character and ethics and excels in professionalism to withstand the global challenges. Besides academics, Polkesma also prepares students who are confident in their abilities by providing student activity units, developing students' interests and talents ranging from arts, sports, science, Red Cross, Scout, language, and spirituality. This is where the step of realizing the ideal begins, by channeling freedom of expression. Polkesma educates students to be loyal to the country and have a mental attitude of character by providing an education of national defense. Polkesma shows success in producing superior individuals with both national and international achievements. National and international cooperation with the health education institution as well as the health service institutions. This success can also be seen from the distribution and role of Polkesma alumni in international health agencies spread across Asia, Australia, Europe, and even America.
Okay, well, are you ready, Dr. Barakatunisa?
Ya, insyaAllah. Terima kasih.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Yeah. We hope you got the stable internet connection there. And then now it's time for yours to sharing the knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And
Waalaikumsalam.
And very good morning. My apologies for the technical hiccup just now. Inshallah, we'll be back stronger. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me here to share on the topic of the best diet for diabetes. I would like to thank and extend my gratitude to all the staff of Polytechnic Kesihatan. Again, my network band is low. Okay, sebentar ya. Right, I will off the video throughout my presentation. Please let me know, Ibu Rani, sekiranya connection is lost again.
Yeah,
First of
baik.
all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Yang Dihormati General Director of Health Worker, Republic of Indonesia, DRG Arianti Anaya, MKM, the Honorable Director of Politekes Kemensas Malang, Pak Budi Susati, Sarjana Keperawatan, Magister Kesihatan. Thank you very much for having me again, and all the participants. And not to forget the organizing committee who has been working very hard, especially Pak Rahman. Okay, please allow me to share my slide. Okay, Ibu Rani, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see from here. Thank you. You can continue.
I will off my video in case that we got lost. Right? Okay. So salam ya dari Yogyakarta. Saya berada di UGM for the summer school lecture, and I wish I can come to Malang, but it's quite far, which I believe perhaps inshallah in the near future. Okay. So this is a title that has been given to me, Diabetes Diet, the best food for achieving good glycemic control. I have nothing to disclose for this presentation. Just to give an overview where we are, and how far Malang to Malaysia. So this is UPM. It's about 30 kilometers from the city center of Kuala Lumpur. And this is my university in UPM. So I wish all of you, after the pandemic, please come and join me at UPM. And in specific, my faculty is Fakulti Perubatan dan Sains Kesihatan. So under this faculty, we have 6 academic programs, which I believe we have some common interests. We offer nursing, dietetics, nutrition, environmental and occupational health, as well as biomedical science, beside medical program. So we have our brand new Hospital Pengajar UPM, which can accommodate almost 600 patients. And now we are in the second phase of services. And this is the beauty of UPM, where it is known as Agricultural University. And this is the main entrance of UPM. All right. And UPM is very logistic to the area of Kuala Lumpur. We are about 30 kilometers from, for those who has been in Malaysia, we are about 30 kilometers from KLCC. About 10 minutes to the administrative of government of Malaysia, known as Putrajaya. So this is the Prime Minister office, and this is the mosque. And the best part for muda-mudi, UPM is also a walking distance. My faculty is also a walking distance to the biggest shopping mall. So I would like to welcome everyone to Malaysia in the near future. All right, let's move to the more, the topic that I'm going to deliver. We know type 2 pancreas, but what I would like to convince the participant today that type 2 diabetes is a disease beyond the pancreas. We will look at into the nutritional status of the patient. And I realized that after working very long in diabetes, there's a lot of unmet needs of the patient. And this is the pillar of the presentation today, the topic number 3, about the best diet. There are 2 strategies that we can achieve in helping patients with type 2 diabetes, which is the nutrient approaches and the eating pattern. And of course, some clinical takeaway. So let's look at into the main concept here. So I'm sure that everyone here is familiarized with the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. So we know when patients have been diagnosed with type 2, they are basically due to the insulin resistant, that are closely related to obesity, especially abdominal obesity. And insulin resistance lead to the excessive production of hepatic glucose. over time, patient may develop lack of insulin secretion due to increased beta cell apoptosis and reduced beta cell mass. And at this stage, patient with type 2 diabetes is already have two pathophysiology, insulin resistant, or in other words, they have insulin, but insulin may not be able to work effectively. And over time, the insulin in the blood will drop significantly and they develop insulin deficiency. And this is the stage where they may require insulin injection. Besides these two mechanisms, we know that patient with type 2 diabetes is also increased circulating of fatty acid. And therefore, at presentation, they always come and met with hyperlipidemia, especially increased LDL cholesterol and increased triglyceride, which put them at higher risk of developing cardiovascular disease. Yeah? And patient with type 2 diabetes is also known. Yeah? A new study emerged to show that those with type 2 diabetes, they have insulin resistance at the muscle level, and this will also lead to sarcopenia. Okay. But what we learn, especially with the emerging needs of medication, type 2 diabetes is not a simple disease. Why? Besides having 10 medication on board, including insulin, inoptimal glycemic control is still pronounced, which I will show you the data later on. Yeah, so it's not a simple disease, and this is I can say the proportion of the patient who are not be able to achieve the glucose control. As you can see in the graph, yeah, only 20% of the patient in Malaysia and Indonesia have good glycemic target of A1C less than 7, which is significantly less as compared to Japan and Singapore. So type 2 diabetes is beyond pancreas. What we learn now with the emerging technology and medication is also affect the satiety hormone known as incretin effect. Yeah, so it's beyond the pancreas. So now let's explore what is the role of the satiety hormone. So in this slide, the gut hormone is important to control the appetite, and it is a complex mechanism. Yeah, the role of each hormone is interconnected, but what we know now, the level of gut hormone is suppressed in diabetes. Yeah, so in my presentation, I'm going to focus on the GLP-1, yeah, because they have a lot of other satiety hormone, but my focus is more on GLP-1 due to the robust efficacy of GLP-1 agonists, one of the novel, yeah, I would say a novel medication that have been shown to improve my patient blood glucose as well as help them to reduce weight. Yeah. So the production of GLP-1 is actually come from this creature. Yeah. Saya masih geli ya melihat ni. Is a Gila monster. So it's come from the saliva of this very dangerous creature. So I will explain this in this video. I think better to get overview of everyone. So Ibu Rina maklumkan ya jika soundnya bagus. Bentar.
Yeah, Ibu.
So GLP-1 is a hormone called glucagon-like product 1. It started with looking at a lizard. So the Gila monster, I think, is pretty. Anything in nature is pretty, it's usually poisonous. Or it's orange with a white stripe around its neck, and it only eats 1 or 2 times a year. And scientists have been always curious why. So they found a hormone in the spit of the lizard called GLP-1, believed to turn off the lizard's appetite. And because of that, scientists, they actually made the connection with GLP-1 that's secreted in humans. And as we age, our GLP-1 drops and our weight goes up. So GLP-1 is a hormone that we can produce, but as we age, we actually make less. and we see a rise in obesity.
Yeah, so GLP-1 is a very important hormone, and it gives us satiety after eating. And what I will show you later is how important GLP-1 to control diabetes and obesity. So please listen to the next video, looking into what is the primary role of GLP-1 in this cartoon.
GLP-1. GLP-1 are incretin hormones released by intestinal L cells in response to ingestion of food. This hormone stimulates insulin secretion and inhibits glucagon secretion, thereby regulating the plasma glucose concentration.
Okay, so we have learned just now, beside giving us the feeling of fullness, it's also help to regulate blood glucose level. Now let's look at into how this GLP-1 regulate the blood glucose level. So as you know just now, GLP-1 is released by the enteroendocrine L cell, is near to the ileum in response to food. What does it mean? As we eat, before our insulin being secreted, they are actually one step behind where GLP-1 must be first secreted. So when GLP-1 is being secreted, it's helped to enhance insulin secretion and decrease glucagon release. So what we will see the drop in blood glucose level. GLP-1 is also give us a feeling of fullness by reduced gastric emptying, and it works at the neuroendocrine to curb our appetite. So what will happen to us? We feel early satiety, and therefore for my patient who have overweight and obesity, because in my clinic I see patient BMI of more than 40, some of my patients present BMI of 50. Yeah, so they will help them to lose weight, right? Now, let's look at into this interesting graph. It was studied in Danish population. What do they found? They found that patients who have type 2 diabetes has lesser GLP-1 secretion. So when GLP-1 is less secreted, as what we learned in the previous slide, it will reduce the enhancement of the insulin secretion. We also observe less GLP-1 secretion among those with pre-diabetes, impaired glucose tolerance, as opposed to those with normal glucose tolerance status following intake of meal. Yeah. How about in Indonesia? Yeah, I also found one interesting paper published in 2014 that they look at into the comparison of GLP-1 among those with normal glucose tolerance versus type 2 diabetes. So what they have also found and observed consistent finding among those Danish population, in which people with type 2 diabetes in orange bar has less fasting GLP-1 and 1 hour GLP-1 following a meal, significantly as opposed to those with normal glucose tolerance. We don't have data in type 2 diabetes among Malaysian adults. What I do have is those overweight and obese in a Malaysian adult, they also have less fasting GLP-1 as opposed to people who have normal weight. That could explain, when I did a study and I asked my patient, what is the component of the diet that is quite challenging for the patient to adhere with? And as you can see in the slide, the less adherence rate is dedicated to reduce amount of cat food. So it's quite challenging for my patient with type 2 diabetes to reduce their food intake, which could be related to the inability to produce and secrete the GLP-1. Yeah? As you can see in the slide, they can simply comply with the advice to reduce sugar, red meat, try to eat high fiber diet and try to follow the healthful eating plan, but it's not for reduce the calorie. Now, with this in mind, let's look at into the nutritional status of the patient. What we need to do more. Yeah, I love this table. I have shown this many times. What is visualized here? You can see Malaysia and Indonesia has the highest post-meal blood glucose. More than what we're supposed to have for patient with diabetes, which is less than 8%. Sorry, which is less than 8 millimole. So it's about 12 millimole and 11.6 millimole. Yeah, this is come no surprise, as what we found, 60 to 80% of our patients are either overweight or obese. Yeah, their BMI on average is 29. Yeah, 60% did not exercise at all, and they spend 5 hours and more in sedentary activities. They also hardly to adhere to the dietary recommendation. And I believe this is also the common interest, yeah, or common highlight among these two countries. When I had my breakfast in Jogja, I also found the plate of the rice is also full, yeah, among people here. And this is a challenge because it's not only about huge amount of carbohydrate, it's also high in glycemic index. When we translate it into the percentage of carbohydrate, yeah, to total energy, the carbohydrate percentage is exceed the limit. Yeah, not enough protein and not enough fat. When patient has too less fat, yeah, you may need to ask what replace dietary fat. If it replaced by carbohydrate, you will see increase in triglyceride. Yeah, so that's also not a good indication because as what we learn, patient with diabetes has a higher risk of developing cardiovascular disease. Besides not adhering to the dietary recommendation and also having excessive intake of carbohydrate, they also not consuming sufficient fruits and vegetable. Yeah, so this is a data to support that our carbohydrate is mainly come from high glycemic index properties. And we know that carbohydrate has the biggest impact to the blood glucose. Yeah, so wherever we have patient with type 2, focus on the carbohydrate because upon eating, it will give the highest impact. How about protein? Yes, it will affect the blood glucose. Yeah, it will be converted to glucose. So not too much protein is also not good for patient with diabetes. What we need is sufficient amount of protein. How about fat? 10% would be converted to glucose, but it will take longer time. Yeah, so not necessarily all fat is bad. Good quality fat is what we want in our patient diet. Yeah, and as what we learned just now, they also lack of fiber, and soluble fiber is also a product of low GI food that will help reducing the glucose absorption. Yeah. Okay, so this is also a data that concern those who are doing research in diabetes. As you can see, this research is look at into the comparison of blood glucose after meal among Asian and European. Okay, despite having similar BMI, yeah, and despite having similar blood glucose level, fasting blood glucose, you can see that Asian has higher fasting insulin. So which means that we need more insulin to bring down our glucose to the normal level. Yeah. So if you look at into the pattern of the blood glucose, Asian in comparison to Caucasian, in this context European, has 63% higher blood glucose response to the European. Yeah. So which means, in other words, we have to work very hard to ensure that our diet, yeah, is in good and right quality of carbohydrate. Okay, now this is also an old paper, but it still attract me. Yeah, it is a systematic review that look at into which dietary approaches is friendly to the management of type 2. So there are 4 dietary patterns, and all of these dietary patterns are able to reduce A1C. As you can see in the bracket, is the amount of HbA1c reduction. Yeah, but among these 4 dietary patterns, there is one dietary pattern that has been shown to enhance GLP secretion, which is the Mediterranean diet, as well as the diet that low in glycemic index. Yeah, so this is how the Mediterranean diet looks like, which is quite challenging for Malaysian as well as Indonesian, perhaps to replicate the overall diet. Okay, so this is also the paper that I learned how to modulate or to change our GLP-1 via nutrition. Okay, so what we know now, all refined fat, refined carbohydrate, and ultra-processed carbohydrate, that will increase that usually high in GI, lack of fiber and fermentable carbohydrate, which is also rich in saturated fat, come from red meat and processed meat, will actually increase the blood glucose. So this is the combination of the food that commonly seen in Malaysia, and I believe is also in Indonesia, that will absolutely increase the blood glucose level after meal. We do not know the effect in GLP-1, but what we have learned in many research, this is the diet that will help to improve the GLP-1 secretion. So for example, eating slowly digestible carbohydrate that usually low in GI, have a good quality protein, especially from vegetable protein, and Indonesia should proud of with tempeh, because it has been studied to improve the satiety via increment in GLP-1, good quality fat, especially from monounsaturated fat, and we have learned this from Mediterranean diet. And of course, when we eat slowly digestible carbohydrate, they are also usually high in fiber and also resistant starch. And all of this, together with probiotic and prebiotic, will help to enhance GLP-1 secretion and reduce blood glucose level. When I did my fellowship in Jocelyn, we learned about the role of diabetes specific formula. In Malaysia, we use this as part of the meal replacement program for patients with diabetes who wanted not only to achieve good glycemic control, but also able to enhance their GLP-1 secretion. I will show you the data later on. So what are the common nutritional characteristics in diabetes specific formula? Example that we have in Malaysia is diabetosol, a product from Indonesia. We do have Nutren Diabetic, Glucina SR, and many more. And these are their common characteristics. They use slowly digestible carbohydrate that low in GI. They add on fermentable dietary fiber as well as resistant starch, such as prebiotic of inulin. They use unsaturated fatty acid, mainly from monounsaturated fat, and they also highlighting certain amino acid that usually have several branch change amino acid, BCAA, essential amino acid for the body, that has been shown to enhance GLP-1 secretion. So this was the paper that was published. And what we found, when we compare to oatmeal, relatively healthy food as well, as opposed to the diabetes specific formula, remember the common characteristic that I have just mentioned about, it helped to improve the blood glucose significantly. Not only into the area under the curve, but as well as the glucose response over time. It's also helped to drop the insulin, so you don't need much insulin to reduce blood glucose level as opposed to oatmeal. And what is intriguing is they also enhance the secretion of GLP-1. So what I would like to convince that the characteristic of the food, the nutrient that you should have in mind that will help all these metabolic parameters. And this is how the mechanism. We know that the carbohydrate come from low GI properties, is slowly digestible carbohydrate. So it helps to ferment fiber, especially the short chain fatty acid. And this is help to release the GLP-1. When the GLP-1 is available, they enhance the insulin secretion, and therefore blood glucose is improved. This is also another study that was conducted, I think, in Denmark. Yeah, they look at into the high versus low GI meal. This is how does it looks like. It still eat nasi goreng, yeah, fried rice, but they use stir-fried rice, not too much oil, from the low GI rice. And both meal include soup and guava. Yeah. So what do they found with low GI? It helped to drop the glucose, the insulin, it enhance the GLP-1, as well as another hormone, GIP. Yeah. So pronounced increase in GIP after a high GI meal. Yeah. So they increase the GLP-1. Sorry, they reduce the GIP-1. So when GIP-1 is increased after high glycemic index meal, it promotes energy storage that favor insulin resistance and obesity. Yeah. So this is basically the potent nutrient that have an increased interest, yeah, to improve GLP-1 as well as reduce the blood glucose. Okay, the second strategist is using meal order or meal sequence. Yeah. So what do we learn from the research? Eat carbohydrate last. Okay, so this is the study. This is the first study by Dr. Shukla in United States. They did a study in 2015. Yeah, as you can see, the same patient come for 3 times in a week. Yeah, so when they give carbohydrate first, those in pink color, the blood glucose increase significantly. But when they eat protein and vegetable first, leave the carbohydrate later, then you can see how consistent is blood glucose. Yeah? The same study has also been replicated in Japan. So what do they found? When they eat protein first, then only followed by a bowl of rice, it helped to improve the post-meal blood glucose as well as enhance glucagon and GLP-1 secretion. This is also another interesting study, yeah, where they asked the patient to consume vegetable first, the first 10 minutes. Yeah, consume vegetable, then followed with carbohydrate. And you can see using the continuous blood glucose monitoring, yeah, for those who eat veggie first in the green color, they have better fluctuation of blood glucose over the day, as opposed to those individuals with type 2 diabetes who eat carbohydrate first or who eat mixed carbohydrate, yeah, gaul semua dan makan sekali. And the same pattern is also served in those people with normal glucose tolerance. Yeah. So remember the take-home message here. Although we do not have diabetes, but how Asian digest carbohydrate is different from European. And we also learn from various epidemiologist study, for example, the CODA study, what they shows that those even in the normal glucose tolerance status, yeah, if they have high blood glucose after meal, people without diabetes is also have a higher risk of developing cardiovascular disease. Yeah, so even without diabetes, this will help us to manage our blood glucose level, especially when we eat high GI and huge amount of rice. Yeah. I replicate this study in Iraq. Yeah, my PhD student did this among their patient in Iraq. So we teach the patient who have low health literacy, and we teach them a simple meal plan of eating vegetable before carbohydrate using plate method. Yeah, you know about plate method. And now rather than just eat using plate method, we also ask them to eat vegetable first. After 5 months, we found that A1C improved significantly in the intervention group. Yeah, the difference is more than 1% just by asking them to eat their veggie first. So this is the schematic representation of the mechanism how eat carbohydrate last. Yeah, and this is the plate. We choose to eat veggie and protein first, then only after 10 minutes we eat our carbohydrate as a whole. Yeah, it helped to reduce gastric appetite, reduce insulin clearance, so we are not insulin resistant, enhance beta cells function, and increase incretin secretion, evidenced by the GLP-1. Okay, now what are the clinical application and the takeaway? Number 1, control the portion size. Because we know huge amount of carbohydrate will absolutely increase the blood glucose. if possible, replace refined carbohydrate here to the low glycemic index rice, such as basmati rice, parboiled rice, brown rice, whole grain rice, and those added sugar with legume, such as tempeh, vegetables, and fruits that are rich in dietary fiber, low in glycemic index, and also low in glycemic load. Second, if you eat too much carb, practice meal sequence. Eat veggie first, veggie and protein, and then mix them together. And last but not least, add good quality protein. Focus more on vegetable protein because we have a very strong evidence to show that protein-based food come from vegetable is potentially improve the cardiovascular outcome. And if this does not able to achieve, maybe innovation on diabetes specific formula as what we mentioned just now, and I did this during Ramadan, we found that it really helped patients to improve their blood glucose level, provided they must be active as well. So my last word is focus what to eat rather than what to cut. That would really help our patient. With that, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Barakatunnisa, for your great presentation related to diabetes and diet. And then now I will open the questions for participants to Dr. Barakatunnisa.
Do we have any question, Ibu Rani, in the chat box?
I think there is no chat box now for the question. Okay. Or maybe I will start to ask you first related to GLP-1. My question is how to keep the secretion of GLP-1 in the body?
As we age? You mean as we age? Okay. That's quite challenging to answer because, as we age, most of our body physiology will be dropped. But what I believe is that try to eat, number one, not too much carbohydrate as we age. As we get older, not too much carbohydrate, number one. Number two, try to eat good quality carbohydrate. Be more selective. Don't eat too much refined carbohydrate or drink too much sugars. Now we have a lot of coffee out there, especially in Jogja. I see a lot of coffee shops. So please do not add sugars unnecessarily. Number three, try to eat a lot of veggie before you eat your carbohydrate because vegetable is like a barrier. It's like a buffer to improve the blood glucose level.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And then maybe, is there any question from participants? And it's so interesting that we should eat the vegetable first before the carbohydrate source like rice or maybe potato or noodles. How can our metabolism choose the vegetable first to lower our index glycemics?
Right. So basically, vegetable is rich in fiber. So when you have good quality nutrient that reach first to the stomach and go to the ileum, afterward, it will trigger the GLP-1 secretion.
I see.
Right. So when you already have switched on your GLP-1, macam bayangkan kita masuk ke dalam bilik yang gelap, dan kemudian kita switch lampu. Satu sahaja yang utama di main dining, for example, then we can see the whole dining hall. Jadi dalam konteks diabetes, especially those with family history, our GLP-1 tend to drop over time. So when we feed with good quality carbohydrate, especially vegetable, yeah, and also good quality protein. If you don't have vegetable on your plate, maybe start with protein first. And all of these nutrients will trigger the secretion of GLP-1. So when GLP-1's being secreted, then insulin will become more alert. Because in those with type 2 diabetes, they have the insulin. But what happened? Insulin is sleeping. Right? They have huge amount of insulin, but the insulin cannot do works. Yeah. So that's how the mechanism.
Okay, thank you for your great answer, Dr. Barakatun. Oh, I wonder why there is no question from the participant. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. There is one question from Dr. Roni Yuliwar. Also, he asked about eat carbs last and eat vegetables first. It can affect high GLP-1. So maybe he want to make sure how to make the.
I think I have answered to Ibu Rani just now.
Yeah, right.
Mechanism. Yeah.
The same answer about the mechanism.
Yes. Thank you so much for your good question. We also have from Arif here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's undeniable. If you allow me to read the question, Ibu Rani.
Okay. Yeah.
Undeniable that Indonesian like eating rice very much. Not only Indonesian, Malaysian as well. Yeah, culturally, our people eat more carbohydrate. Okay, right. Okay, what will be my comments? I have been running a clinic for about 2 years on the line. Yeah, so what I learned, my patient able to try eating their vegetable first. Yeah. So, of course, any change may not take overnight. It needs a practice. But especially when you tell them, when you eat veggie, this is the mechanism. This is what you will see in your blood glucose. And especially those patients with diabetes, they're actually checking their blood glucose at home. So they're experimenting themselves. So when they look into their blood glucose after eating vegetable first, and it's much way better when they eat carb first. This is kind of motivation to them. Yeah, because bear in mind, for those people with diabetes, when they have blood glucose after meal, they are not comfortable. They are feeling very tired. They are feeling very sleepy. They can't see. Yeah, because blood glucose after meal that is super high, it will create blur in your eye. So they cannot see much. So, but when they practice this kind of eating sequence, they will see the benefit right after. And that will motivate them to try it. Yeah, right. So that perhaps it's not only about, we need to change the behavior. Okay.
Yeah,
I hope I answering you.
Dietary behavior is very important. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
And then the first question from Rian Hitala: would you suggest intermittent fasting for diabetic patients or not?
Depends. Yeah. Number one, if the patient are not on insulin or not on any drug, for example, that will increase the insulin secretion, like sulfonylurea, I sometimes would suggest intermittent fasting. Data has shown that it does not really drop the calorie much. It's only drop about 200 calorie, number one. Number two, it helped to improve the blood glucose by 0.3%. And it's also helped to improve the, the weight by 3 kilos. Yeah. And also waist circumference. So the bottom of it, when patient wanted to practice intermittent fasting, they must know when they break the fast, yeah, they must include good quality food. If they just eat like normal, they just don't eat within that time period, 16, 8 or 10, 14, yeah, they just don't eat during that fasting period. And then when they break the fast, they feast themselves, they enjoy the food so much, it doesn't work, right? But if we learn about Ramadan fasting, for example, I did a lot of research in Ramadan, and then we know the benefit of Ramadan fasting is tremendous. That's the reason why Allah wanted us to fast. Yeah, it's like a recycling to our body. Yeah, but be careful in type 2, especially those on insulin. on insulin secretagogue and one of the drug, SGLT2, like empagliflozin, because this drug will lead patient to dehydration. So when patient do intermittent fasting and they forget to drink, they will end up with DKA, ketone. So these are the things. So I think it depends on the patient. I do practice in my clinic for specific patient, especially patient who have very high carbohydrate during breakfast. They can't, so that perhaps will be try out to the patient, but you have to monitor.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Well, maybe we can go to the next question from Johannes. What sort of food for T2DM which we could produce at home have relatively longer shelf life and could be alternative for commercial products? Could you give some Indonesian foods which can be used for formulate such foods? Thank you.
I think Polytechnic Kesihatan has a huge innovation that you have done. I have learned from you all as well. So yesterday I visited Polytechnic Kesihatan in Jogja. So at that time I saw how the student produce the enteral products. On their own. And look into the impact to the patient. I mean, they use a case study. So I believe when you use all the nutrient characteristic that I have explained in my presentation and read the paper about nutrition modulation, as long as they have low GI, good quality carbohydrate, good quality fat, good quality protein, all this combination should be able to produce the good impact to the blood glucose. But what are the challenges when we do this on our own? Number one is safety issue. So we need to ensure that the food is safe and it can stay longer, which I'm not the expert in this area.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Dr. Barakatunisa. And maybe the last question from participant. Is there any question for the last? No? Okay, maybe direct question. You can just turn on your speaker and then ask to Dr. Barakatunisa. Okay, I think it's enough, Dr. Barakatunisa, and let's we give applause to Dr. Barakatunisa through Zoom. And then let me read the summary from our first speaker, Dr. Barakatunisa, this morning. First, type 2 diabetes beyond pancreas. There is a pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes, which isn't simple diseases, and discuss the GLP-1 that control diabetes with the saliva of lizard. And GLP-1 is very important to keep the insulin production in the pancreas. Diabetes haven't caused 60%, which are not people don't have exercise, and 60 until 80% overweight. And also clinical application for control diabetes is portion size and amount of carbohydrates in our diet. Schematic representation of glucose lowering mechanism is gastric emptying, insulin clearance, cell function, and increasing secretion. Okay, that's all the summary for this first session. Thank you. And then the host maybe can share the certificate to Dr. Barakatunisa.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Brani, for leading the discussion, and also Dr. Barakatunisa for the valuable insight in diabetes food. We would like to share our certificate of appreciations for you, ma'am. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today, and we hope to see you again at the next opportunity.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih Bu Nisa.
Thank you, Miss Vera
Terima
Tunisa.
kasih.
Okay, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is herbs for diabetes mellitus that will be delivered by Ryan A. Hitala, RN, Senior Lecturer, Central Escolar University Philippines. Sir, how are you? Are you joining us?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Morning, sir. Nice to meet you.
Thank
Sir,
you.
our session will be led by Dr. Wiwin Martiningsih, MCAP PhD. I would like to introduce you first.
Okay.
Dr. Wiwin Martiningsih, MCAP PhD, finished her bachelor and master degree at Universitas Airlangga, and she graduated from Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing Science, Saint Paul University, Philippines in 2019. And now she is lecturer in Health Polytechnic of Malang. Her research focuses in people with HIV, and she is very active in organizations such as Committee of Health City and Red Cross in Blitar City, and also Association Prevention of HIV and AIDS. Without further ado, please, ma'am, Bu Wiwin, time is yours.
Yes, good morning. Okay, I'm ready. As moderator. Thank you very much, Miss Tiana. Yes, and good morning, everybody, and also all the participants here. And also Dr. Rian. Good morning. Good morning. I already talked with Dr. Rian this morning. Thank you very much for your participation. And now we stay in the session. The topic is herbs for diabetes mellitus. Before we go to the topic, Dr. Yan present the topic. I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Ryan. Please share. Okay, thank you. Dr. Ryan A. Hitala, RN. The education background is 1902 Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry, and then 97 Master of Public Health and PH in Nutrition, and 2001 Master of Science in the Boston, USA. 2003 Doctorate of Philosophy in Health Science, and the last 2017 European Wound Management Association Initiative Chronic Wounds Hamburg Camp, Germany. Is a specialist for trainer. And about working experience, this is start 2002 till 2003 as staff nurse, and October 2004 till 2005 as head nurse post ICU, 2005 till 2009 as assistant nurse manager, and then March 2011 till January 2013 as chief of nurse, the Medical City Angeles. June 2010 till present as clinic nurse director stoma and compact wound, clinic manager nutrition management section, and also as diabetes center central processing unit. And now start 2021 till present, part-time faculty Central Escolar University College of Nursing Manila, Manila. And then he had certificate in innovation in healthcare, management dignity health global education, and from Harvard verified certificate for entrepreneurship in emerging economics, July 2020. And I mean, Dr. Ryan already graduation for get Bachelor of Science in Nursing 2000. And the affiliation is International DLJ, member wound ostomy and continent nursing, specialized trainer, member ASEAN Wound Council, international delegate ASEAN Society of Stoma Rehabilitation and Congress, co-chairman, and then executive board, member Asia Pacific Atherostomal Therapy Nurses Association, member ASEAN Wound Care Association, former president, Philippine Nurses Association Zone 4, and vice president in the Stomal Therapy Nurses Association of the Philippines, and the last is founding member, Philippine Wound Care Society. I think that's all of the curriculum of Dr. Ryan. And before Dr. Ryan presented, maybe I will close all the participants. Dr. Ryan, good morning. You have time 45 minutes, include the discussion session. Yes. You want to present or share your PPT by yourself or maybe from admin?
From the admin, I think I have sent the pre-recorded lecture so that they'll play. So we won't be having any problems when it comes to the internet connection.
Okay. So the first time, maybe we use PPT, and then if maybe the connection is not good, we will transfer to another. Yes.
Thank you. Terima kasih, sister.
Please share the PPT from admin. Hello, the admin.
Yes, ma'am. We are still working on it.
Okay, okay. Sorry, Mr. Yan, maybe we have to wait first.
It's okay.
Few minutes.
How's Indonesia? Hujan or sunny?
you know about in Bahas. Stop talking in Bahas.
Sikit.
Sikit. Now it's raining.
No, it's raining. In here, we just had typhoon.
Okay. Yes, already.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Hello, selamat pagi Indonesia. Good morning. And my name is Ryan Italia. I'm from Manila, Philippines, and I'm one of the professors at the Central Escolar University School of Nursing Manila. And also at the same time, I'm a clinical practitioner here in the Philippines in wound and ostomy care, and currently also working at the Medical City Hospital, which is one of the biggest hospital here in Manila, Philippines. And I've been working here for 20 years now. So I'm a wound specialist and an ostomy specialist at the same time, and also a professor in a university. Now, of course, I would like to congratulate and thank the organizers, specifically to KISA, for inviting me and for having their 5th ICFNH International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. Now, that the subtopic is about food herbs for cancers and, of course, diabetes mellitus. And the topic that was assigned to me this morning is about herbs for diabetes mellitus. Now, I may not be an expert pertaining to the subject matter, but I will try my best to deliver what I know, and of course, what is being practiced here in the Philippines, and what are the clinical data that is being presented globally, and not only here in the Philippines, Indonesia, but also what are the studies being done about this. Now, these are the common disclaimers that I have. We're in the contents presented in these slides are mainly the opinions of the speaker, which is me, and mostly based on my current practice. Now, they are for scientific discussions only and may not be for off-label recommendations. If there are data and analysis presented, they are with the consent of course, the institution that I'm with, or I have some references included, which may not be in a matter of conflict of interest to anyone. Okay, so I'll go on. And just a brief overview about diabetes. Of course, we know that glucose is very important, wherein it is a very important source of energy for, of course, the cells in the human body. It provides energy, and this is one of the brain's main source of fuel. When we talk about glucose, diabetes is a disease in which the body is unable to properly utilize or store glucose, which is in a form of sugar. Now, the epidemic rise in the number of new cases of diabetes is one of the most alarming statistics regarding health issues on a worldwide basis. And the major concern regarding this observation relates to the development of the chronic complications associated with the condition. Well, actually, it's not the diabetes. Sometimes it's not really the diabetes which is the concern, but the complications that might happen to the patients, which are the ones that are devastating. Now, specifically, some of the complications that has been classified may either be microvascular, which pertains to the blood circulation or blood flow in the body. It may be retinopathy in the eyes. It can also be nephropathy, or when your kidneys. Neuropathy involves your brain and your neurovascular system, and macrovascular, which involve your cardiovascular diseases, your CVD and your CVA. And very particular in my department where I'm working now, we are more concerned on diabetic foot ulcers and peripheral vascular diseases. Now, there are two types of diabetes, which is, of course, number one is type 1 diabetes, formerly known as juvenile onset or insulin-dependent diabetes. It is where the body completely stops producing any insulin, and insulin is very important hormone wherein it is the one that transports sugar or glucose which is found in the food and converted into energy and then transport it to the cells in the body. Now, your type 2 diabetes, on the other hand, I'm sorry for the typo error, it's type 2, is formerly called the adult onset or non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus, or diabetes mellitus, where it is wherein the body doesn't produce enough insulin or is unable to use insulin properly, wherein there is insulin resistance. Now, when it comes to epidemiology here in the Philippines, diabetes mellitus is ranked number 4, wherein to the 10 leading causes of mortality. And diabetes affects 347 million people worldwide, and it is estimated to at least affect 380 million people by the world when we reach 2025. This is according to the World Health Organization. Now, and about 1 out of 5 Filipinos, approximately, we are now 11 to 30 million, are diagnosed of pre-diabetes and diabetes combined. I alone, I am a diabetic person. So, for a diabetic patient, wherein the lifetime risk of a person with diabetes will be at high risk of developing a diabetic foot ulcer, can be as high as 25%, whereas the annual incidence of foot ulcers is 2%, which is according to the American Diabetes Association. Now, when it comes to the definition, mainly a diabetic foot ulcer is a non-healing or poorly healing partial or full thickness wound below the ankle in an individual with diabetes. And it develops through time. And most of the time, because patients with diabetes have neuropathy, and the feeling and sensation on the limbs may also be affected. That's why sometimes if it's injured, they cannot really feel, or they are unaware that they already have an injury on their foot, wherein it becomes infected, and then later on it will be like that, the luka or the wound. Now, a foot affected by ulceration that is associated with neuropathy, or of course blood flow problems, which pertains to peripheral arterial diseases, or of course it pertains to the lower limbs of a patient with diabetes, but not only at the lower limbs, but also on the other parts of the patient's extremities as well. Now, it is said that when you have a diabetic foot ulcer, very common complications that may happen to you or may put patient at risk is of course the amputation of the leg that has a injury or that has an ulcer. And according to the statistics, no, it has been estimated worldwide that every 20 seconds a lower limb is amputated with diabetic foot. So that's how many it is. No? And also according to data, complications that is the main contributor ranging from 50 to 70% among non-traumatic amputations are diabetes. No? And within 5 years' time, most probably the unamputated leg will be amputated as well as part of the complication of diabetes. So as much as possible, when it comes to diabetes, it's really compliance when it comes to medication and treatments, and of course, prevention that we must pay attention to. Now, in our institution, we have a very, very organized and standardized treatment modalities and roadmaps for patients who have diabetes. So, diagnosing diabetes in earliest possible time is the most effective way of managing diabetes, wherein we have a standardized care for each patient who have diabetes and mostly focus on education of the patient. So we have diabetes nurse educators that are the key leaders when it comes to treating patients with diabetes or patients who are still on suspect to have with diabetes. And we do not only involve the patient, but we also involve the family members as well, because diabetes is hereditary and may be genetically transferred to one another. So it is better to involve the family members when it comes to the patient education. Now, we nurses can make a difference by, of course, having a specialization in this kind of field of nursing, wherein there is what we call now a diabetes nurse educators. No? Now, of course, these diabetes nurse educators are the one who specialize when it comes to taking care of patients with diabetes. Now, they are very well equipped when it comes to patient education. They have different modules that have different teaching methods or teaching modules pertaining to the different ages and a different type of people who may have diabetes. No? So they also have specialization wherein they also operate certain equipment, such as, of course, the one that is being used on fundus photography, wherein they're the one who's taking care of it. Now, some of the modules would include, of course, teaching patients how to inject insulin, diet and nutrition, which later on we'll discuss about herbs, no? And we also have patient education for children or pediatric diabetes. We also have gestational diabetes education for patients who are pregnant. And we also have lifestyle behavioral changes studies or counseling for patients who have diabetes, because we have found out that patients who have just learned that they have diabetes basically have depression and behavioral changes pertaining to the way they live, especially pertaining to the diet, no? And there has been a lot of resistance and resistance, no? Pertaining to the treatment, so they are not compliant. So it's very important that we always talk to the patient, no? And not only that, but also include the family members, so they can act as a support group for the patients. No? We also have to check, no, the foot of the patient, wherein to avoid complications such as diabetic foot ulcers. So early detection is very important. So the nurses is the one who is also doing the diabetic foot assessment for the patient who are diagnosed with diabetes. So they do certain tests such as microfilament testing and manual ankle brachial index scoring. No, they do sensation testing on the patient's foot, and at the same time, they also teach the patient on how to take care of their foot when they are at home, and to do their own assessment, own food assessment, so that they can initially tell if there have been some findings or there are some unusual formations that they have noticed on their food. No? So it is a very organized and well strategized process for not only for us nurses but also for the patient and the family member. Now, when it comes to, of course, management of diabetes, there is always healthy eating, regular exercise, of course, weight loss, blood sugar monitoring. And in an individual, actually, with diabetes, on a clinical level, the major objective is, of course, to design a regimen that will improve the metabolic factors associated with the development and progression of complications. And as such, it is well recognized that a primary strategy is to, of course, achieve the target levels recommended for blood pressure, for lipids, and of course, for glycemic level. Now, this strategy, the strategies that we might develop might consist of different lifestyle modifications. No? And not only lifestyle modifications alone, but more commonly consist of lifestyle management as well. And that is, of course, dietary modification, enhanced physical activity, combined with, of course, your pharmacological interventions or medications together with your attending physician or with your doctor. Now, however, as we all know, as providing care for patients with diabetes, we do recognize that the patients are very, not only the patients, but also the relatives are very interested when it comes to alternative or complementary management or strategies that consist of course, dietary supplements, herbal medicines, and other over-the-counter agents. Because why? Because they find it more cheaper compared to, of course, our medications that are given to them by the doctors. And now to mention the different conceptions and beliefs and practices pertaining not only to our culture, no, but also by the words of their friends or by the words of their neighbors. Now, some misconceptions may say that some people may say, or they may have this information that some people are telling them that when you take diabetes medication, it is bad to your kidneys, no? And that is why the compliance cannot be gained to these patients, no? Wherein, if we will only give these patients proper, right education and to clear those misconceptions that they are thinking, we may eventually gain their cooperation. Or we have a house help. Our house help or nanny has diabetes. Now, we are always encouraging her to get daily blood sugar levels, to always take the medication given to them by the doctors, but still, because of her cultural belief and because of her personal belief pertaining to the medications of diabetes, she is actually not non-compliant. So she's not monitoring. When she monitor or every time that when she feels bad, that's the only time that she will drink her medication. Now, eventually, she already developed a very high diabetes mellitus. So their HbA1c is 11 to 12, and the fasting blood sugar or random blood glucose level is reached up to 400 to 500. And up to the time that she also developed diabetic foot ulcers, wherein it is already too late because, of course, if you have diabetic wounds, no, we know that the wound would heal longer because of the complication or because of the sugar that is present in the blood. Now, that wound will heal faster unless the blood glucose level is also controlled or maintained on a normal level. So that is one of the most important things that we should always remember. Now, of course, supplementing conventional approaches to medical care with alternative means is extensively practiced by a large number of patients, no? And not only patients at the rural areas, but also patients in the city, even patients at even patients that are healthcare providers, no? We cannot take those beliefs out of us, no? We still do use these herbal medications because we do believe and find that it may be effective in a certain way. But as you notice, no, when you check on the labels of these herbal medicines and alternative medications or nutritional supplements, you will always see that there are no approved therapeutic claims, meaning they are not claiming that this nutritional supplement or herbal supplement may actually treat your disease. And it is still best to consult your doctor or your attending physician. Interestingly, no, more times than not, these practices appear to be undertaken, no, without consultation with a medical provider, or most of the time, some of the patients might hide them from their attending physician. And it is also recognized that this is not just a trivial practice and not without a substantial, of course, financial cost. So when they find it more cheaper, the belief can be much more reliable. They may say, no, or they may think that it's cheaper than the usual medicine that are being prescribed to them. Now, patients may also choose to supplement their pharmacological regimen or their medications with, of course, these herbal medicines or any other dietary supplements, no, that may be in many forms. It can be roots, it can be the extract, or it can be the fruit of or it can be a fruit. No? For example, it can be a vitamin or mineral mixtures, but most popular supplements that are taken by patients are considered to be in a form of a natural products, that is herbal or botanical. Because if they may say that it is natural or not chemical, they might think that it may be more effective and more safer to the body. You know, that comes the belief of the person and the patient, which is again supported by the community, you know, who are promoting these products. Now, when we go to the definitions, no, actually herbs refers to a leafy green or flowering plants. It can be a part of the plant, it can be dried, it can be fresh. So, while spices are usually dried and produced from other parts of the plant, and same with the herbs, it can be the seeds, it can be the bark, it can be roots, or it can be the fruits. Now, most herbs have not been completely tested, as a matter of fact, to see how well they work or to see if they interact with other herbs or supplements or medicines or foods. So let us also be careful in taking these medications, for there may be some interactions with the present medication that we have. So that is why most of the attending physicians or doctors might ask us if we are taking certain medications, no, or nutritional supplements that we are taking with the present medication. So to avoid certain interactions, no. Now, some products added to herbal preparations may also cause interactions, no? And we must avoid this. So it is very important that proper assessment, which includes historical assessment of the patient's medication and also by asking the patient's relative, is very important. Now, let us also be aware that natural or taking natural or herbal medicine does not mean that it is safe. So it is important to encourage your patient to, of course, tell your healthcare providers or your nurses or your doctors that you are using a herbal supplement or a dietary supplement. So by doing this, it is also important for us nurses to gain the rapport of the patient and the family member. Now, herbs has been around, no, even since the ancient times, no? And we all know that we have our own cultural beliefs and practices pertaining to these herbs and plant medicines, no? So it can be used culinary, medicinal, aromatic, and in some cases even in spiritual. In here in the Philippines, we have been into a lot of cultural beliefs and practices also, and no, most of the time you can find these herbal medicines and you can find these nutritional supplements near religious places or in the churches or in the chapels here in the Philippines. And we have what we call they are old what you call this old practitioners or natural healers. We call them on our language albularyos. No, now these albularyos are believed that using this natural medicine can treat any types of disease. No, or they perform certain rituals prior in preparing these herbal medicines or supplements before they administer it to the patients. No? So when we check, no, even in ancient Greek, there is a philosopher, Theophrastus, no, divided the plant world into trees, shrubs, and herbs. Now, these different parts of the plant can be used as, has many uses or can be used differently. And if you check, no, in the traditional system of Chinese herbal medicine, wherein we know that Chinese medicine is also vast and far from Western medicine as well, wherein herbal formulas can be used to treat virtually any type of condition. So they have different types of mixtures and concoctions that can be used as an aid. And initially, before on their early medicine, these are the ones that are being used as treatments and medicines for the patients. Now, these are some of the examples that we have pertaining to the different types of herbs commonly used. No? So I just chose most of the commonly used herbs, plants, and fruits in the use of diabetes that has clinical studies. Now, when it comes to medicine, we must always remember that evidence-based studies is very important, no? Because it signifies important data that are proven, tested, and has some good results. No, not purely hearsays or what we call it old wives' tale. No, so it has clinical data. But although we know that these types of herbs that I'm going to present to you has been passed on to us through generations, no, from our ancestors, that they are using this to treat certain diseases. So these are, for example, for diabetes. But of course, because of the popularity, the scientists and of course the medicine has made some clinical data to support the belief and practices of using these herbal medicines or natural supplements. So number one, of course, we know is bitter melon or Memordica charantia. This is popularly called in our country ampalaya fruit. It's a common food, staple food here in the Philippines, wherein the vegetable is cooked together with meat or fish for supper or lunch. No? And the extract is very popular for the fruit. No, even when you eat it, no, it is always said by my parents and my grandparents and older people here that it is good in treating diabetes. No? So bitter melon is a traditional plant of Asian origin that has been popular botanical proposed for treatment of diabetes and also other diabetes related complications. Now, specifically, specifically bitter melon fruit contains cucurbitane type triterpenols, steroidal saponins called charantins. No? It is an insulin-like peptides and alkaloids, which are postulated to have effects on carbohydrate metabolism, wherein we know carbohydrate is one of the component wherein can cause problems of diabetes. If you have a high carbohydrate content, of course, definitely it may lead to diabetes because of the conversion of carbohydrate to sugar or energy. And again, going back to your types of diabetes pertaining to the production of insulin or the resistance of insulin to transfer this glucose to the body, to the cells. Now, also studies have reported of an overall decrease in fasting glucose and postprandial glucose, wherein freshly prepared bitter melon fruit given to a type 2 diabetic patients after a 3-day washout period of oral medications has supported or has good results, no, or has lowered glucose level. Now, in our country, we have practice wherein the extract is taken daily in the morning. So it's really bitter. So if you are very strong on taking bitter fruits or bitter foods, I think you can have it. But I myself cannot handle the taste actually. But I can eat the vegetable combined on regular culinary or cuisines, no, or dishes that are served on the table. But of course, when you drink alone the extract, it's really bitter. No? So, okay. Next is, of course, the fenugreek or Trigonella funum gracium. So, your fenugreek has a long and storied history on medicinal use and has been used worldwide for the treatment of diabetes. Now, fenugreek is also reported to have a hypoglycemic and hypocholesterolomic actions in both animal and human studies. So you can see that actually actual studies have been done on these herbs and the plants wherein it has significant value to diabetes as well. Now, the clinical effects of fenugreek and particularly is hypoglycemic effects. No? And secondary effects of it is, of course, in fiber content, which potentially may affect gastric emptying and may result in a decrease in postprandial blood glucose level. So that is one of the secondary factors that may have an effect on it. Now, your Gymnea sylvestre, no, known as gurmar, no, is native to Africa, Middle East, and India. And it has historical use, no, when it comes to the treatment of diabetes. And it is where it is commonly used. Now, you can use the Gymnea leaf or extract, it is the most popular preparation of the plant in use of this disease. Now, particularly, the effect of Gymnea sylvestre is actually the extract, no, is actually on the carbohydrate metabolism. So it has been suggested to be secondary to improve glucose uptake in the peripheral tissues and increasing insulin secretion and B cell number, of course, in the pancreas. No? Now, however, there has been a positive study or decline when it comes to the clinical studies of pertaining to this plant, that it would allow one to provide clear guidelines and efficacy and safety pertaining to the use of this plant. In addition to the proposed systematic hypoglycemic activity, now it is also said that Gymnea preparations unfortunately have the effect to suppress the taste and sensation of sweet in our taste buds and decreases the uptake of glucose on the small intestine. So basically, it may, according to studies, improve glucose metabolism. It may decrease HbA1c level and improve insulin secretion and dyslipidemia. But again, studies still suggest further research pertaining to the use of this plant. Next is our prickly pear cactus or your Opuntia plant. Now, prickly pear is a common cactus and its fleshy stems and pear-like fruits are consumed as both medicine and food. It is a widely known and commonly used herbal treatment for glucose control in Central America. Now, Central and South America. Now, prickly pear cactus is reported to have a very high soluble fiber and pectin content that may prevent the absorption of sugars. So in studies, they find it effective. Now, prickly pear cactus also has other mechanisms in the body, and wherein the seed oil and the powder significantly may also lower total cholesterol level and low density lipoprotein cholesterol and also triglyceride levels in the blood. Now, it also has a very good effect on dyslipidemia, wherein it has a confirmed, it was confirmed in a pilot study that it may lower cholesterol on up to 12 to 15%. No? Okay, so that's your pre-prepared cactus. Next, of course, is ginseng. Now, when we talk about ginseng, it's very popular when we talk about tea or when we talk about other types of diseases. But I think this is the first time that I have researched that ginseng can also be used or has been suggested to control diabetes. No? Now, although the overall analysis suggested that ginseng was noted to slightly decrease blood pressure, they are also observed mixed results on the effect of lipids in the body. Furthermore, they have found several studies showing that ginseng may lower blood glucose level, but overall they concluded that the results may be inconsistent. So again, it may need further studies pertaining to the use of ginseng. Now, next is, of course, cinnamon. Now, cinnamon has not only been used historically for the treatment of diabetes, but is a supplement that is gaining in popularity, not because of its abundance and used in many culinary dishes, no? And many cinnamon products are currently available as dietary supplements, no? And it has been around for quite some time. Now, the intervention of using cinnamon consisted of at least 1 gram per day dose of cinnamon for 90 days, and it seemed to be effective to significantly lower antecedent glycemic level and assess with a very good result when it comes to your HbA1c. Now, of course, these have been tested in certain treatment groups. No? Now, there is a growing database of clinical studies on cinnamon, but similar to clinical results observed with other herbal products, the results may still not be entirely consistent. No? So again, when they do certain studies pertaining to this type of herbal medicine for diabetes, selection for the criteria when it comes to the cohort and clinical clinical endpoint selected, appropriate dose and source of cinnamons, no, can still need further research. No, they may need still further investigations. Wherein in other areas they have found that the effects and benefits of cinnamon when it comes to glucose can still be inconsistent, or there still have some inconsistencies. Now, but we can see that there are also some other effects of cinnamons when it comes to cardiovascular risk. So it has an anti-hypertensive effect, which has been suggested in some of the preclinical and small clinical trials evaluating subjects with metabolic syndromes. No? Now, next is our Russian tarragon. Now, your Russian tarragon over the recent past is an ethanolic extract, has been demonstrated to have anti-diabetic properties. No? So both in vitro and preclinical studies strongly suggest that the primary effect of the extract or the alcoholic extract is to favorably affect the insulin signaling, which is the muscle. So in its anti-diabetic effects were shown in some of the several preclinical studies evaluating both chemically induced and, of course, genetically diabetic models. And of course, both in vitro and preclinical studies have an improvement when it comes to the cellular signaling that has been related to the enhanced full body insulin sensitivity. And of course, But no, when it comes to the use of the extract, no, there are actually inconsistencies were into the changes of insulin sensitivity at the end of the study compared to the baseline of the placebo group. In addition, no, there have been no changes when it comes to the body weight, body fat, or composition between the treatment of the patients that have been used with Russian Paraborn. No? So again, they may need further studies when it comes to the use of the plant or the extract for patients who may have diabetes. Next is your IV gourd. Your IV gourd historically was used in Ayurvedic medicine, and it is a traditional East Indian healing system to treat glycosuria, wherein it reports that active compounds in the plant may mimic actually the action of insulin and suppress the activity of certain enzymes which is involved in glucose production. Now also clinical research studies with IV gourd have suggested that it has an effect on fasting in postprandial blood glucose level of the treated patients group. Now, it can be, nowadays they are still doing some researches and studies also pertaining to the use of the extract or the fruit itself when it comes to lowering blood glucose levels. Another type of plant is, of course, your aloe vera. Now, your aloe vera is again very abundant, no? And you can see it anywhere, no? And they have various varieties of aloe vera. And aloe vera has also been used in medicinal treatment of diabetes in India and in the Arabian Peninsula. Now, the gel, which is obtained from the inner portion of the leaves, may contain glucoman. And it is a water-soluble fiber that reportedly has hypoglycemic and insulin-sensitizing actions. Now, however, small-scale clinical research trials suggested that an improvement in fasting glucose levels can also be found in the fruit extract, So further validation is much more needed to conclude their preliminary suggested data pertaining to the extract of the plant. Now, of course, when we talk about these herbal medicines, herbal medications, not only in diabetes, but also in other diseases, according to the 2022 American Diabetes Association Standards of Medical Care in Diabetes, there is actually no clear evidence of herbs or supplements benefiting people with diabetes without, again, additional conditions. Now, a part of their study wherein I saw and have read, and you can, I think, check it in the internet, wherein the ensure treatment decisions that are timely and must rely on evidence-based guidelines and include social community support and are made collaboratively with patients based on individual preferences, prognosis, and comorbidities. And again, going down to financial considerations. Now, I think in summary, herbal medicines have been widely used as medicinal agents throughout human history. Many are now available in commercial supplements and are promoted for general health benefits or for prevention and treatment of specific diseases. They are also cheaper and easy to find. Now, the advantage of herbal medicine, if known to be effective or have very good clinical evidence-based data, can be shown effective to improve, again, both on the metabolism or risk factors on a clinical levels. These remedies in general are commonly available and therefore could potentially aid the general public about obesity and diabetes concern. Now, because what we have mentioned earlier, that yes, there have been clinical studies done, but again, when it comes to the conclusion of these studies, they still need further research because most of the data that they have found is still have some inconsistencies pertaining to the results that they want to get. Now, going to these studies, there is still insufficient evidence-based data, which is currently available for the public and for medical use to actively recommend the use of any herbal product to treat either high blood glucose level, or other related risk factors. So most of the time when we take these herbal medicines or nutritional supplements, it is always on the this decision of the patient itself. So it is his own decision to take these natural supplements or herbal medicines, but not actually prescribed by the doctor. So again, going back to what I have mentioned before, that most of the time the labels on these herbal medicines, you can see that there are no approved therapeutic effects. No? So it should be the general public, or it should be the patient itself that must decide whether to take this medication or not. Now, lastly, further clinical data and investigations must be done to ensure, again, the safety of the patient, and not only the patient, but also the public. Now, if only, in my own opinion, if only this, because of the abundance of these herbal medicines, and because of the availability of this wherein you can see them everywhere, and wherein when it comes to the financial cost of treatments and medicines, which is very difficult when it comes to our part of the country, and not also in our country, but also to poor countries as well. I think it can be a better cure for everyone, which is affordable treatment for everyone, affordable medicine for everyone. But again, we must always go down to having a best reliable evidence-based data that would back up the use of these herbal medicines. And I think it is up to the younger generations, our nursing students who are listening right now, to have their passion, and of course their to encourage them to study more and pursue a career in scientific study and research pertaining to these herbal medicines, which can be widely found and abundant in our areas. So I think that would be all. Terima kasih, Indonesia. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. The great presentation about the heart of diabetes mellitus.
Yeah,
I think we will, yes, Mr. I think we will move to the discussion sessions.
Yeah.
Maybe I will see first from the chat room. Yes.
Ronnie has a question, I think.
You know the question.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Can I read it?
You will read and answer immediately like that. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Ronnie. It is a very interesting question wherein Mr. Ronnie said, could you share about using herbs in care of patients with foot ulcers or wounds, I guess. But, here in the Philippines, we have two types of we call practices. We have traditional practice, traditional cultural practices, and we have, of course, modern practice when it comes to treating patients. Now, common when it comes to foot and wounds, common herbal treatments that we use are guava leaves, actually. So these guava leaves, adult leaves are boiled, in water on a certain amount of time, and then after boiling the guava leaves, we let the water cool, and then it is used as an irrigating solution for the wound. So as an antiseptic solution to treat chronic wounds or first aid for wounds. Now, when it comes to combining therapy, modern therapy with herbal medicine therapy, we always make sure that it is within the hospital policies guidelines, because our Ministry of Health or the Department of Health of the Philippines always have a certain protocol in using herbal medicines and guidelines. So if the hospital is already giving treatment to the patient, most probably it will not combine, or the authentic physician have the the preference if they're going to combine that herbal medication to the patient's treatment, as long as the patient consents it, or if it is according to the willingness of the patient. But when it comes to the treatment, the reason why we always assess if the patient is using herbal medicine, so it is always at the first question. When it comes to patient database question, first time the patient goes to the hospital, we would ask them, are you using any herbal treatments or any medications at home besides the physician's prescription? So if they say yes, we would definitely advise them to stop the use of these medications temporarily while they are at the hospital, because there might be a problem when it comes to the interaction of the medications, or we cannot really tell if the medications given by the hospital is the one working or the one that they are taking, such as herbal medications or traditional medications. Now, second is the use of bitter melon is really also abundant here in the Philippines, or widely used, because especially if patient is diabetic, most of the time home remedy or home treatment, they would take it. It can be used both for the purpose of prevention of diabetes, as long as they know already that in the family there is a diabetic patient, and it can also be a curative. So most of the practices here, they combine it with the present treatment of taking oral hypoglycemic agents and then taking in these herbal medications or bitter melon. Now, the thing is, they are frequently monitoring their blood sugar levels, like random blood sugar, capillary blood glucose level. So they take it every day so that they can modify the intake of these herbal medications. I think that's all. And I hope I answered your questions, Ronnie.
Yes.
Thank you.
How about Mr. Ronnie? You want to talk something, Mr. Ronnie?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for Mrs. Ryan for your explanation. It is the same as for the Indonesian people. Thank you.
Thank you. There is, I think, another question from Teresia Puspita from Polkesma. Bitter melon processing habits in Indonesia is the bitter taste is removed by smearing salt wash. Agree. It is also the same here in the Philippines. So we wash it with salt, and then when we cook it, we don't cover it usually, or don't saute or mix it, so the bitter taste will be there on the food. But it's the same. They may get the fruit or the vegetable or the extract, but most use the extract. They drink it straight. So they use a puree or even direct extract from the bitter melon.
Yes.
Nowadays, I think they even have capsules of bitter melon here made. So again, these are made by homemade capsules and not by big manufacturers. And when they distribute this, normally there should be a FDA certification, Food and Drug certification, that it is allowed. So it must undergo certain certifications and studies. If not, again, it will be again by the preference of the patient and the family if they want to take these medications.
Okay. Actually, our time is now is 10:45, but there is one question more.
Okay.
Yes, just one, maybe.
Satu.
Yes, satu, yeah.
Lagi na.
But in Indonesian and bahasa Indonesian, maybe I will translate it.
Okay, thank you.
If there is someone maybe with diabetes mellitus, and because the treatment and then the glucose can be normal. So how about the generation? Still have the diabetes mellitus or not, like that?
What? So even if the patient has diabetes mellitus,
yes,
the patient is already diagnosed by diabetes mellitus, then by treatment get normal blood sugar level?
Yes, and then how about the generations? Still have diabetes mellitus or not, like that?
They still have. Once you're diagnosed with diabetes mellitus is always there. So even me, if I'm diabetes, I have diabetes mellitus, my diabetes, my blood sugar level may be high, and then I take medications, it may become normal. It can be 6 again, my HbA1c, but still I have diabetes. The endocrinologist here would always say to you, to the patient, once you're diagnosed with diabetes, you will always be with diabetes. That's why it's very important for you to follow proper nutritional guidelines, the lifestyle, the health lifestyle. You should have to, follow a good healthy lifestyle to avoid having that blood sugar again increase. And another thing is that here in the Philippines, once you're a diabetes, you must have to follow or to take blood works every 3 months to see if there are still some increase in your blood sugar levels, and not only your blood sugar levels, but also other tests as well, to see if the diabetes has made any complications to you.
Okay, because the time is already 10:51. And now I will make the conclusion.
Thank you.
Mr. Ryan, yes, thank you for your presentation. Maybe the conclusion is there is some way to management the diabetes, like healthy eating, regular exercise, weight loss, and also insulin therapy. And we can use the herb for supplementation, I think. And the herbal now still need to investigation, like your information. And then we can use the herb like bitter melon, fenugreek, gymnema, prickly, ginseng, cinnamon, Russian tarragon, ivy gourd, and aloe vera. I think this like prickly. This is rare using in Indonesia, but no problem. And now we will move to Ms. Tiana. Maybe you want to share about the certificate to Dr. Ryan.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Wiwin and Mr. Ryan, for the valuable insight. We would like to share our certificate of appreciation for you, sir. And once again, thank you very much for joining us today, and we hope to see you again in the next opportunity, sir. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next agenda before break time. That is to listen to Dr. Sri Endang Pujiastuti, Assistant Professor at Polytechnic of Semarang. She will deliver a very interesting topic about diabetes. That is about drinking tea habit and its relation to diabetes mellitus preventions. And this session will be led by Dr. Roni Yuliwar. I would like to introduce you to our moderator first. Dr. Roni Yuliwar, graduate from Nursing Faculty of Universitas Indonesia and continue his master in basic medicine in Universitas Erlangga. He finished his doctoral degree from Universitas Erlangga also this year. And Dr. Roni Yuliwar is lecturer of Polytechnic of Malang, and this is his educational training, research, and publication. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Roni Yuliwar.
Yes, thank you very much from Ms. Tiana Rahmadita for your nice introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the third session in the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health in Malang. I'm Roni Yuliwar, very honored to be here as moderator of this session. And as you know, in Indonesia is one of the fertile countries that can grow a variety of tea plants that have many health benefits. So today, we will have a lively presentation and discussion about types of tea for diabetes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an expert speaker in their field, Dr. Roro Sri Endang Pujiastuti, SKM MNS. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Roro Puji. Okay. Dr. Roro Puji, Assistant Professor, Head Polytechnic of Semarang. Before Dr. Roro present her material today, allow me to read her curriculum vitae. Dr. Roro Sri Puji has educational background 2015 graduated doctoral program Education Management, Semarang State University. She has a lot of visiting learning abroad. Start in 1999, short course in Melbourne University, Australia, and then goes to the Thailand and Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and the last one in 2018 in Mahidol University, Thailand. She has a lot of research and publication, have 32 journal publication, start 2018 to 2022, and has 8 patent HKI title 2022 to 2021. Dr. Roro Puji has a speaker in many events. In 2002 webinar PPNI Pekalongan, dan kemudian in webinar keperawatan new normal, prevention and control non-communicable disease in COVID-19 pandemic. Speaker 2 in 2002, the community empowerment on healthcare industry in digital transformation and leadership area. So until in 2022, she has speaker in prevention and management of infectious disease in the tropic from across professional point of view. And then, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Roro Puji.
Yes, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
How are you, doctor?
Fine, really thank you, and really glad to see Pak
Nice
Roni.
to meet you. Thank you so much for joining our event. Doctor, you have 45 minutes to deliver your presentation and then about 15 minutes for question and answer. Now the Zoom platform is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Roni. Mr. Roni already know me. I would like firstly to say thank you to the Director Polytechnic Kemenkes Malang, and then the committee in Malang, the head of department, and also the committee for this international conference. It may be I am to be here to Dr. Anna, Pak Dr. Nur Rahman, yes, and the Vice Director first. Really thank you for facilitating sharing together between Semarang and Malang, actually. And for this moment, I would like to share together, and I really firstly say to check my voice. Is my voice really clear?
Yes, Dr. Roro, it's very clear.
Yeah. Yes, so sorry. It's some problem to my virtual background maybe. So okay.
It is okay.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I add to device and to make clear. In this moment, I would like to share my presentation related the T, yeah, especially to support that in Malang. Firstly, I really to hear that in Malang get many appreciation for Ministry of Health, yeah, especially in Center of Excellence. So really great for Malang, the committee and the director already get many appreciation from Bali, from Jakarta. Yeah, I think really this good thing that to learn together, to get idea together, to improve for Center of Excellence together. It's okay. I use my background or I change first directly. Okay, it may be okay. And Pak Roni, how many minutes I have to present?
45 minutes.
Okay, yes. Thank you. I would like to discuss together with all participants here, yeah, related to my experience with all the team and about the tea for diabetics. Actually, this is the part of holistic health for non-communicable disease, because the vision for non-communicable disease is actually we have to focus on how to be prevalent, actually, like this, yeah. And it is for community services. We really have to recognize that as health providers to be really concerned. We know that non-communicable disease really spread in Indonesia and also in the world, especially because of the health status for people is not really concerned to how maintains a lifestyle well. It is remind us together actually, to know about that. My voice really clear, Pak Roni?
Very clear, ma'am. Very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. And actually for this point, when we talk about the tea is one natural, yeah, resource in Indonesia, actually natural resource in Indonesia, because we have actually not natural resource so many in environment that have possible have the component substance that will have product to many ingredients that will prevent the some cholesterol or some hyperlipid, especially to the community. And
would you like the PPT is zoom with large area PPT?
There had consume and for diabetic chronic illness is we know to get already know that a metabolic disorder in which the body have a high sugar level, and it is we have now diabetic will have a special disease that many people don't really realize about the health status for itself. So in factual hospital or in factual community, many community or many people for already get some complication than when they already have now about the disease. So it is we have to concern about that. And diabetes mellitus refers disease that glucose is here, yeah. Diabetes mellitus refers to a group of disease that affect how the body use blood glucose, yes. And we know that glucose here is important to give energy for the cell that make up the muscle. And it is the problem that actually it is simple problem because we know that diabetic have many complicated if periods of time for prolonged period of time if the humans being to know about the risk of diabetic, and we maybe we know together, yeah, especially here if the prevalence of diabetic is expect really high now, not only for older person but young generation. We have to be aware how to prevent since the young, yeah, because we know many product for food and beverage is makes people change their lifestyle. So it is we have to concern, and from this diagram, Indonesia involved so many, and actually some studies predict that Indonesia faster 3 times now in this year since 2022. Since 2020, I mean, really decreased if we realize. When we talk about diabetic, I would like to share that some studies we can see that actually tea is like usual beverage, yeah, usual beverage that many people do not have allergic, isn't right? I think almost people can tea, but some people don't use. And for the story of heritage, actually, we know that when we want to learn about the tea, since we were a child, we already know about tea. However, now tea already have many supplement, or I mean already people to give the combination with the others, especially in restaurant. Tea not original tea, right? Give cinnamons, give peppermint, give chamomile, yeah, and give lemon tea, yeah. Actually, it is what for. When we talk about for is actually the purpose is to make tea variants. And actually now already some studies observe and do for laboratory. Actually, its component have the purpose for the health status. So it is like we have to look more and more. And it might be, I would like to share also, yeah, if you want to see the study for some, I did, I saw a study and I try to did when I study about the tea, about effects and mechanism of tea for prevention and management of diabetic mellitus and diabetic complements. You can see that tea have many benefits for people life, yeah. And Also, epidemiological studies reveal that the consumption was inversely associated with the risk of diabetic its complication. So it is like a stimulate for researcher actually how to spread our study, yeah, how to spread our knowledge to make to do more. And we know that now the Ministry of Health want to, when the researchers do the research, have to get really the product. So it is maybe if everyone's in this events, international event, interest to study about tea, maybe for promote to do that. And I should also really protective effect diabetic mellitus, yeah. And between this background, so we know that actually it's complication, yeah, include because of what in when people have periods longer with diabetic, so will be enhancing insulin action, ameliorating insulin resistance, and also insulin signaling protecting insect beta cells, yeah. So it is like how we enhance, yeah, really aware about this case diabetic mellitus. And moreover, clinical trial also that the intervention is effective.
Aku mau ngomong aktif slideshow tuh motong itu loh ya, Po.
We have like maintain the cultural habit that really good when we want to consume tea, yeah. And tea is among the most consumed drink worldwide, and it's right show that strong antioxidant activity is considered as the main contributor to several health benefits, such as cardiovascular protection, anti-cancer effects, and also stimulate people to longer to do everything, yeah, and stimulate good mood also. And some study also mentioned that make relaxation about the mood, yeah. And why we know that it may be this is can see this to a small maybe, yeah. The tea flavonoids may therefore be active as antioxidant. And from the tea leaf, we know that so many protection, especially chlorophyll also. So the inside of when we take the tea, so many we can get some benefit from this point. Okay. I mentioned here that really like to consume for green tea, yeah, because for green tea have special ingredients that higher than other teas, yeah. You mentioned, yeah, per day it's better if 2 until 4 times per day is a good also. And some studies tell about the 500 milligram per day. And the last study, when I did study with the a researcher from Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, show about the tea from Bajaga, and it is have experienced viral in media. And when we do the laboratory from the Bajaga actually have really higher for the vitamin C if compared with types of other tea. And for the, when we see for the tea from Bajaga actually, and we know chemical structure, we no need to know so many, because when I do the research for the chemistry lecturer, yeah, we try to work together, and Alhamdulillah, I got some help to laboratory in University Negeri Semarang. So they are the experts in chemical. So it's like how to know about the chemical structure. So the chemical lecturer focus on to develop related to the theory of chemical structure, and I did together to know about what actually antioxidants and substance of the tea that really can get benefit, especially for prevent the focus on patient diabetic. Yeah, and this is some ingredient that mentioned. Actually, I show for you two difference. Yeah, and it is from Bajaga. Yeah, protein higher than from green tea. Yeah, and for chlorophyll, the green tea higher, and for Bajaga is really fewest, because Bajaga is from the tree that especially the branch. Yeah, and actually it's from tea, some tea the highest is especially for Bajaga is amino acid. Yeah, from the amino acid is higher than others, but for green tea is higher in chlorophyll and carotenes. It's so that from this point we learn that each substance of the tea, the content ingredients have different specific ingredient that really some have benefit for our health status. Yeah, and generally active substance, especially about the catesin, flavonols, protein, polysaccharida, fatty acid, mineral, vitamin, and then some trace element, yes, and amino acid. It is some secondary plant substance. So actually, when we consume the tea, have some benefits. Yeah. And I would like tell you, it is still a process going for our research. Yeah, for glucose level decrease, when we provide for the respondent, the glucose level decrease, some is 20 to 30. It is I show you in one group first, and then some respondent slightly decrease, because I do read again for literature. Actually, some respondent when difficult to decrease because already have a disturbance, especially for the produce insulin. So, and they already have long period, more than 5 years ago, have diabetic disease. Further, recent studies support that of tea on prevention and treatment of diabetic mellitus and its complication. And I try for this year still going to the research also, especially I do for glucose level and hemoglobin level. Yeah, hemoglobin level. Hopefully we can share together, but already the first experiment already show also already get the result. Also, the tea is a potential hypoglycemic substance and good patient compliance and fewer side effect compared with many synthetic hypoglycemic drugs. So when I asked for the respondents, some of them actually don't have regularly to take consume the medical requirement. So it is it's not good actually. But when I did 1 year ago in the sub district area, almost the respondent don't want to take the medical medicine because the reason they didn't want to go to healthcare, primary healthcare. It is not good also, but as the health provider, we realize that, yeah. And to sum up this point, a great number of study indicates that tea is have bioactive components could be used for prevention and treatment of diabetic mellitus, yeah, and the mechanism especially is to protecting pancreatic beta cell. So it is, I try also consult the experts, especially the medical doctor who do the research about diabetic also. And furthermore, these show synergistic effects with certain anti-diabetic drugs on diabetic and its complication. So it is the conclusion point is how we really prevent and maintain don't go to the complication. It is the most important. And when we do about how the tea can really give to refuse or to prevent the complication, yeah, because especially for antioxidants. And this is my photo. I take photo by myself. Tea that this substance is really rough, yeah. This when we provide to the diabetic patient, yeah, especially who people don't want to take medicine regularly, actually make stable, yeah. And this tea I took from the Wonosobo. From Wonosobo is have industry specialty, yeah. Maybe you all, if interest, Tambi industry or Bapak Ibu can do search about the Tambi industry. I have been there in these years, yes, to do the research and observe and take many kinds of tea from one industry. And you believe or not, when I try to keep tea infused, I mean directly put this tea in the glass and then I keep without keep in the freezer, I try to taste and do for observe the color of tea is still really for 2 days to know about what kind of tea leaf that make this tea is not easy to wash. Yeah. And it is from the tea focus that we talk about antioxidant mechanism, yeah, actually from polyphenols, yeah, and how they can promote free radical are highly active molecule produced from cellular respiratory. So when we consume of tea, yeah, here will promote our organ refuse, or I mean how to people have a good free radical free radical in our metabolism. And I already mentioned before, yeah. Hopefully we try continuously to do this research. I try to do this research continuously because some study already, especially I just do for hemoglobin, but actually when we saw some study already mentioned that can prevent about hepatotic of gut and then human colon cancer cell, yeah. So you maybe when you look some study or the empirical factual, when we know the last generation, I mean not too many people have a human colon cancer, yeah. We have to think about that. And then antioxidant, antimicrobiologic actually active when we do for anti-infection, yeah. So it is we try to do more and more, yeah. And the doctor from Karyati Hospital also already mentioned that salmonella, yeah, salmonella infection it will be big or will become when we do the infusion already not good condition. I mean already rusak, yeah, damage. Nah, it is when we try to look for, yeah, Tambi Wonosobo actually already collaborate with Gadjah Mada University also, yeah. They produce tea not consume commercialized in Indonesia or Central Java, actually already export to other country, because this is really high, yeah. High people believe that have good antioxidants, and the highest also if compared with another types from Tambi, yeah. In Tambi we call gabang. Jadi in English the red tea, because when just put a little already the red color, it is the red more black, yeah. So people really like, especially in urban area. And it is commercialized also from Teh Tambi that already produced with in the market component, yeah, Teh Tambi. So Tambi is the name of a location actually. Nah, this is Bajaka tea that I try to do a research last year, finished this year, finished in April with the postgraduate program students, and the researcher from Kalimantan, East Kalimantan. Actually, this is have ever viral in media because Bajaga promote that prevent the cancer. So already many people. However, for the ingredient amino acid is there have, but for caffeine is really small in these ingredients. Yeah, and for Kalimantan believe that cure several disease. In mentioned potential content flavonoid because of flavonoid is Bajaga is antioxidant. Yeah. And I would like to show that this is a commercialization that people mention so many diseases can deal with tea, but we have to not really believe first, but we have to make sure from this picture, we have to try. It is right or no, we have to make study better and better. Yeah. And here, I would like to show you, it is my experience. All the picture I took by myself. Yeah. And this is a yellow root. Yeah. Bahasanya akar kuning. If you want to search about akar kuning, yeah, so many studies already done for animal, and next year it might be I try to do this research because I already got the root already have the material, but I keep it. I prefer to do this in next year, yeah, because yellow root works here is I got from Padang, yeah, and yellow root works actually promote that will be good for pancreatic cell. So it is maybe the researcher or via as lecturer and student intellectual people have to really try it is right or no, yeah, because some studies work in animal that I serve, but already many Padang people already believe to take akar kuning to keep their health. So it is stimulate us to do this research. Now, from this picture, it is sarang semut. Yeah, sarang semut. Yeah, from the really, I took directly also. Yeah, this photo, and I went to Merauke 2 years ago, 2020, after pandemic, 2021. I went there and I directly follow the team from Merauke, go to the really district area, village. I would like to share that there are people to make tea just from the florist, and they can do this market because of the role responsibility of or from a university. So Merauke University, you can see here in the picture, collaboration with these people. It is like really great. And Ministry of Health now want to university, polytechnics, how to do to the village area to do the research that can really provide, yeah, the result, yeah, to really provide the result of our research to have a value to others. Yeah, I would like to say here, in 2021, when I went there, I directly talk and assess for the respondent that they have a salary from this work. Yeah, from this work. Here, it is I still keep in my house for Sarang Semut, and I keep in Center of Excellence room also. Yeah, interesting picture. We can imagine how only like this. Yeah, can have really amazing. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, and this still Sarang Semut, and then this one. Now this is the last 2022. I still beginnings. I would still confused to make the name, ya, lanang garlic, ya, lanang garlic karena dari bawang lanang. It is I bought from Klaten, ya, Klaten area. Klaten area is Central Java. I try to make this tea, still do laboratory also, and some already mentioned, yeah, from the result from the laboratory. This is the vitamin C highest also, yeah. In 100 milligram this tea, it's have antioxidant and what I say before is amino acid. Yeah, so the taste is not like tea, black tea, but different. They have like acid, have some acid there. Okay. And this belief that from the literature review also that garlic tea really prevent and makes stable for glucose level. Yeah. Now, this is what I mentioned when I go to the Merauke. So the house in village, really village, make the tea from Sarang Semut. Yeah, yeah. I go to the forest. Here is from Merauke University, and then this is the people, and this is from researcher from chemical Semarang University. Yeah, and I do happy because already we go to community services also. Got the collaboration together, yeah, and we do to make the tea, but directly we research also in nanoparticle. So Sarang Semut, we produce nanoparticle, and then so mentioned here that the particle from the tea really small. Yeah, yeah, that's all. And this is because I do present in Malang. Last month I go to Malang and I buy this one. Whoa, actually dragon tea also famous in Malang. So I try to search. Actually, dragon tea have considered also. It is good. It may be from Malang will go to research this point. It's better. Yeah, we can collaborate also KRUPT ya, Pak Roni nanti sama Pak Nur. Yeah. And actually this all and enough for me. Yes, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roro Puji. Yes, your presentation for the insightful presentation. It is amazing. We have to know in Indonesia a lot of kind tea. Thank you from information, Dr. Roro from Wonosobo, Klaten, and from Papua. Have many time tea. Then there is product. Yeah, we consume is product and consumed in the community. I would like to invite the question from the audience. So as I like in the chat from Mr. Arif, Dr. Roro Puji, Dr. Sri Maya question, do you think that drinking tea should be better without sugar? What your answer?
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Arif. For this question, interesting topic and interesting interesting question, because actually almost Indonesian people, when we go to anywhere, everywhere, give a sweet tea, right? Not only sweet talking, but sweet tea, and really dangerous when it is really common and so many times we take tea to be our habit. It is not really good, because I already collect the data, almost that people who consume tea 3 times, average 3 times per day, they will have blood glucose level higher. And when we know that who people consume everyday tea more than 3 times sweet tea without enough activity, will stimulate pancreas to work hard in the body. So it is the danger. And so sorry, may I talk in Indonesia? It's not good to refuse when someone give our beverage and we refuse. Is not good. It is like how culture. When I do some area many times in many area, it's not good. So when people give us sweet tea, we drink, and then really dangerous, because many teacher, especially teacher in the school, and many health worker, especially BKKBN, you know BKKBN penyuluh, many time go to and kader go to the house, many house. If one day they go to 10 house or 5 house, so how many sweet tea they consume? And actually this is stimulate the disease for themselves. It is really dangerous, and you can make this point, how we really prevent that don't too much. If we don't do activity, it is can take 3 times if they are a hard worker. I mean tukang. How to say tukang? Yeah, because the energy directly decrease. Okay. It's maybe my explanation.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think it is. I agree about Dr. Roro. If we drink a tea without sugar, is better. And the second question from Mr. Aris: is it allowed to consume tea with refined sugar, gula pengganti? It is. it is good for that? For what?
It's possible, but I didn't do the research. So it's possible to the question is
refined sugar, gula pengganti.
Yeah, actually it is just make relax, but actually to make people believe it is make sweet. But it's when I consult on the internist, they said actually we already consume many calories from others, so it's no need to take the sugar, something like that. Actually the people have liver disturbance. I mean liver have problem for the liver. It's have to enough sugar, right? And yeah, it is maybe my answer. It is any question from Pak Arif?
And the last question from Mr. Arif, what is the impact of sweet tea for patient with high glucose level? If the patient drink sweet tea, any problem to the high glucose?
Many kind sweet tea actually. What is the impact of sweet tea? Oh, impact of sweet tea, of course, make the glucose level cannot decrease, right? Cannot decrease, so will be go to complication. And some people don't want to finish to consume the not only sweet tea, but they don't want diet disciplines. So they will go to the complication. It is real situation that difficult people to realize, and we know that almost the diabetic patient already diabetic, but when they have symptoms, sign symptom pre-diabetic, they don't know. So it is as health providers, we have to care about that. And why the promote well, educated well, all in all situation is better. So if Bu Dr. Eko bilang kalau kurang manis melihat saya gitu ya. Kalau Dr. Eko tuh bilang kalau kurang manis lihat saya, itu sebetulnya salah satu educate people well in some situation. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, I invite to the.
I ask.
Okay, Mr. Dr. Naning ask some question.
Good afternoon, Bu Roro.
Good afternoon, Bu Dr. Eko Naning.
Ketemu lagi, Bu Roro.
Iya, ini nggak ask question kalau ini.
Sharing, Bu.
Yes.
I want to share about my mother because my mother has diabetic 20 years. She is 81 years old.
Yeah.
And my mother diabetic with complication jantung koroner and heart disease and stroke. The last neuropathy with ulcus diabetes. I want to ask about how many doses per drink for Bajaka. And then can it be consumed every day or after glucose low, stop in the drink with Bajaka or continue? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Naning, for your question.
Yeah. May I answer? So firstly, so sorry here about that. And then for the older people have do differently, and already 20 years ago, it's possible have pancreas problem. So it's difficult to normally for glucose blood level.
Yes.
More than 70, actually 70 and 65 years ago is really difficult to have blood glucose go to the normally level. So that's why we have to like make maintenance. Don't go to the complication. It is the point. And I would like share for Bajaga, it's when we consume too much, have problem for the glomerulus also.
Oh, I see.
So it is like contraindicate too many. So we have to make sure that the apa bahasa Inggrisnya ginjal kok jadi lupa, kidney. Yeah, we have to make sure the kidney don't have problem yet. But if already have problem, NET have to recommend it first. So the most people with diabetic with to be carefully to take anything. I mean, but for already not easy to take everything recommended for the diabetic. But the most important, don't go to the hypo level because it is dangerous. When we almost people cannot control, especially older patient cannot control because they don't have signs when hypoglycemic level. Yeah, to stay careful. So if consume for Bajaga is once time, it's okay.
Once time a day.
Once a day. Yeah.
A couple glass, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple glass, yeah.
And Bajaga don't have specific taste ya. Jadi tidak ada rasanya. Gitu. Saya karena udah coba minum semua. Karena kalau teliti kalau nggak nyium semua nanti ini takut ditanya rasanya bagaimana gitu. Bahkan teh pandan saya buat Bu. Sebelum kerja sama UMKM kita buat coba rasanya seperti apa. Nah, kemarin terakhir sarang semut kita nanokan memang rasanya lebih nanopartikel, kita cor sama teh itu memang lebih ini rasanya tidak terlalu strong dibandingkan yang sarang semut yang pakai packaging gitu.
Next might be Bu Roro can join with us. We interest diabetic too in Poltekkes Malang. Maybe next Bu Roro can join to research with us about diabetic.
Welcome Bu. Pokoknya saya langsung naik kereta Surabaya Malang.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Naning. So, any audience, any question again? I see in the chatting. Okay. Thank you very much from Dr. Roro Puji from your presentation. It is a lot of information about tea in Indonesia. A lot of many kind tea. So may I question for you? It is from Bajaga, from Central Kalimantan, from Papua. So what do you think? What many kind tea is very significant good to help benefit to DM from the many kind tea? What is indicator to the community to choice? There is Bajaga I chose or the other. What do you think?
I haven't compared from the research. I haven't compared from the research because the good choice, the ingredient, actually the type of green tea.
Oh, green tea.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
But some study also mentioned about the green tea, and laboratory, the last is also green tea. But it is a good question that stimulate to know, yeah, for diabetic. We because for research is actually have to continuously, it's better, yeah. But recommended some people that quite fear to take tea from other part, sometimes like this. And just when we learn from our generation, we try to look for, not many people have cancer. If I would like to say to you, in our generation, in last generation, every neighbor, every house have culture to make tea without sugar, because sugar cannot buy at the time, right?
Yeah.
Jadi zaman dulu itu disiapkan setiap rumah satu teko besar teh, jadi dikonsum setiap hari oleh anak-anaknya, itu hal yang biasa. Jadi teh tubruk itu kan tanpa ini kan, tanpa pengawet. Saya sekarang tuh masih penasaran bagaimana meneliti teh tubruk tanpa pengawet dikonsum setiap saat, diteliti setahun kalau perlu. Jadi orang itu kena, ada nggak sign simptom diabetik? Pak Nur, mungkin Pak Dr. Nur ini tertarik yang bahan alam nih, ya. How to make sure we do this one, because really we find the people have cancer. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your explanation, Dr. Roro Puji, and the time, because the time is in the end, I would like to share the conclusion from this presentation. Committee, please. Okay, I would like to conclusion about the presentation. Dr. Roro said to, yeah, okay. Nice. Yeah. Afif, not yet. Belum terlihat. Oh, okay. I would like to say conclusion about the presentation based from presentation from Dr. Roro. In Indonesia, a lot of many kind product of tea. So this is advantage from research, from our research to continue research about health benefit of tea from the patient DM. And then the conclusion number 2, the mechanism of the tea to decrease of blood glucose because of the tea content of antioxidant polyphenol ingredient, also flavonoid ingredient. So we can reduce a free radical in the body, so we can make the pancreas will be supported by health. Yeah, it is effect mechanism of the tea. And then from the question from Mr. Arif, Dr. Roro should ask to if you drink a tea without sugar, so we can help, yeah, without sugar. And then from Bu Naning, from the old people diabetes mellitus, the family can maintain the blood glucose, prevent the complication. And if we consume the tea, do not more, only 3 only one time a cup a day. I think that's all from the topic discussion today. Thank you very much from Dr. Roro, and thank you very much for the participant, for the audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I will give the event back to Miss Diana.
Makasih Bu
Waalaikumsalam
Roro.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, thank you very much Bapak Ibu ya.
Terima kasih Bu.
Sampai
Makasih,
ketemu.
Bu Roro.
Izin take picture ya. Bu Wiwin, thank you very much.
You welcome.
Thank you, Ma'am Roro.
Thank you very
much, Nun.
For Dr. Puji for the valuable viewpoint. We would like to share our certificate of appreciation, ma'am. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today, and we hope to see you again, maybe in the next opportunity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the wrap-up of our third session. The last speaker will be Dr. Ekowati that will share about diabetes mellitus also. But before that, we continue this discussion. We must take some break, and we expect you to join the Zoom meeting at 1 p.m. Indonesian time. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take a break and see you at 1 p.m. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you. Izin leave.
Makasih Bu Roro.
Iya, Pak. Saya istirahat dulu, Bu.
Welcome to Malang State Polytechnic of Health, Polkesma. Polkesma is under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. The main campus is located on Besar Ijan Street 77C, Malang. The campus, which was established in 2001, is one of the 38 health institutions owned by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Polkesma has a vision to become a civilized and globally competitive polytechnic of health. Polkesma has a number of missions carried out, including organizing a qualified education and learning to develop the potential and the personality of civilized and globally competitive students. Polkesma also working on developing the productivity of applied research for qualified and innovative communities. Besides that, developing good organizational governance, technology. And finally, Polkesma is developing cooperation and productivity
full of
Itu
blessings.
yang tadi itu yang spesial oleh Indonesia itu Rodin. Kan dari dia
Has
sendiri.
4,000 students
Dari dia
that
sendiri.
is divided into 4 majors and 3 programs. The campus is a benchmark of health education in Indonesia, which leads of 7 campuses, which located in Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, Ponorogo. At present, Polkesma offers study program, Diploma Program of Nutrition Study, Diploma Program of Nursing, Diploma Program of Midwifery, Diploma Program of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis, Diploma Program of Medical Records and Health Information, Diploma Program of Health Insurance, Diploma Program of Blood Bank Technology, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nutrition and Dietetics, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nursing, Undergraduate Program of Applied Midwifery, Undergraduate Program of Health Promotion, Undergraduate Program of Applied Safety and Health, Undergraduate Program of Professional Education, Dietitian, Nursing, and Midwife. To support lectures, Polkesma provides educative facilities, starting with lecture rooms with modern learning media, integrated functional laboratories supported by advanced technology, digital-based integrated library or library, counseling unit, dormitory, mosque, gazebo, canteen, sport facilities, hotspot area, computer room, language laboratory, nursing laboratory, nutrition laboratory, midwifery laboratory, blood bank technology, medical record, and a secure parking. Supported by the implementation of a top vocational education with 60% of practicum activities and 40% of theory study, which will improve the student skill with practice in laboratories and other practical media. Polkesma continue to implement innovative, fun teaching methods with the concept of enjoying learning. On top of that, Polkesma implements an internet-based test for examination and e-learning and blended learning, which is applying classroom learning methods and utilizing e-learning. A qualified education is formed by instilling values that are presented through 220 teaching staff, qualified master and doctorals who have been certified with various disciplines and examples in daily life. Polkesma also instills national character and ethics and excels in professionalism to withstand the global challenges. Besides academics, Polkesma also prepares students who are confident in their abilities by providing student activity units, developing students' interests and talents ranging from arts, sports, science, Red Cross, Scout, language, and spirituality. This is where the step of realizing the ideal begins, by channeling freedom of expression. Polkesma educates students to be loyal to the country and have a mental attitude of character by providing an education of national defense.
Polkesma shows success in producing superior individuals with both national and international achievements. National and international cooperation with the health education institution as well as the health service institutions. This success can also be seen from the distribution and role of Polkesma alumni in international health agencies spread across Asia, Australia, Europe, and even America.
Dalam bidang layanan COE Polkesma, Polkesma melayani berbagai macam jenis analisa. Di antaranya adalah analisa proksimat, meliputi analisa kadar air, kadar protein, dan kadar lemak. Selain itu, juga melayani analisa antioksidan serta vitamin C. COE Polkesma juga melayani penelitian hewan coba atau penelitian yang melibatkan tikus putih dalam penelitian pemanfaatan bahan lokal. COE Polkesma juga melayani analisa mikrobiologi dengan menganalisa total plate count atau TPC. Dalam tahun ke depan, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan produk minuman sehat dari hasil penelitian, misalnya jus campuran yang dapat menurunkan protein calon sel kanker, serta jus lain seperti jus seledri timun dan jus buah naga timun. Selain itu, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan es krim dan teh sehat dari tanaman pokak yang dapat menurunkan AFP atau alpha-fetoprotein sebagai indikasi anti kanker. COE Polkesma juga menyediakan pelatihan dalam bidang bakery sebagai bekal wahana melatih kewirausahaan untuk mahasiswa dan juga masyarakat umum.
Welcome to Malang State Polytechnic of Health, Polkesma. Polkesma is under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. The main campus is located on Besar Ijen Street 77C, Malang. The campus, which was established in 2001, is one of the 38 health institutions owned by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Polkesma has a vision to become a civilized and globally competitive polytechnic of health. Polkesma has a number of missions carried out, including organizing a qualified education and learning to develop the potential and the personality of civilized and globally competitive students. Polkesma also working on developing the productivity of applied research and service for qualified and innovative communities. Besides that, developing good organizational governance based on information technology. And finally, Polkesma is developing cooperation and productivity both of domestic and international partnerships. Polkesma has 5,000 students that is divided into 4 majors and 20 program study. The campus is a benchmark of health education in Indonesia, which leads of 7 campuses, which located in Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, Ponorogo. At present, Polkesma offers study program, Diploma Program of Nutrition Study, Diploma Program of Nursing, Diploma Program of Midwifery, Diploma Program of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis, Diploma Program of Medical Records and Health Information, Diploma Program of Health Insurance, Diploma Program of Blood Bank Technology, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nutrition and Dietetics, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nursing, Undergraduate Program of Applied Midwifery, Undergraduate Program of Health Promotion, Undergraduate Program of Applied Safety and Health, Undergraduate Program of Professional Education, Dietitian, Nursing, and Midwife. To support lectures, Polkesma provides adequate facilities, starting with lecture rooms with modern learning media, integrated functional laboratories supported by advanced technology, digital-based integrated library or library, counseling unit, dormitory, mosque, gazebo, canteen, sport facilities, hotspot area, computer room, language laboratory, nursing laboratory, nutrition laboratory, midwifery laboratory, blood bank technology, medical record, and a secure parking. Supported by the implementation of a top vocational education with 60% of practicum activities and 40% of theory study, which will improve the student skill with practice in laboratories and other practical media. Polkesma continue to implement innovative, fun teaching methods with the concept of enjoying learning. On top of that, Polkesma implements an internet-based test for examination and e-learning and blended learning, which is applying classroom learning methods and utilizing e-learning. A qualified education is formed by instilling values that are presented through 220 teaching staff, qualified master and doctorals who have been certified with various disciplines and examples in daily life. Polkesma also instills national character and ethics and excels in professionalism to withstand the global challenges. Beside academics, Polkesma also prepares students who are confident in their abilities by providing student activity units, developing students' interests and talents ranging from arts, sports, science, Red Cross, Scout, language, and spirituality. This is where the step of realizing the ideal begins, by channeling freedom of expression. Polkesma educates students to be loyal to the country and have a mental attitude of character by providing an education of national defense. Polkesma shows success in producing superior individuals with both national and international achievements. National and international cooperation with the health education institution as well as the health service institutions. This success can also be seen from the distribution and role of Polkesma alumni in international health agencies spread across Asia, Australia, Europe, and even America.
Dalam bidang layanan COE Polkesma, Polkesma melayani berbagai macam jenis analisa, Di antaranya adalah analisa proksimat, meliputi analisa kadar air, kadar protein, dan kadar lemak. Selain itu, juga melayani analisa antioksidan serta vitamin C. COE Polkesma juga melayani penelitian hewan coba atau penelitian yang melibatkan tikus putih dalam penelitian pemanfaatan bahan lokal. COE Polkesma juga melayani analisa mikrobiologi dengan menganalisa total plate count atau TPC. Dalam tahun ke depan, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan produk minuman sehat dari hasil penelitian, misalnya jus campuran yang dapat menurunkan protein calon sel kanker, serta jus lain seperti jus seledri timun dan jus buah naga timun. Selain itu, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan es krim dan teh sehat dari tanaman pokak yang dapat menurunkan AFP atau alpha-fetoprotein sebagai indikasi anti kanker. COE Polkesma juga menyediakan pelatihan dalam bidang bakery sebagai bekal wahana melatih kewirausahaan untuk mahasiswa dan juga masyarakat umum.
Welcome to Malang State Polytechnic of Health, Polkesma. Polkesma is under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. The main campus is located on Besar Ijen Street 77C, Malang. The campus, which was established in 2001, is one of the 38 health institutions owned by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Polkesma has a vision to become a civilized and globally competitive polytechnic of health. Polkesma has a number of missions carried out, including organizing a qualified education and learning to develop the potential and the personality of civilized and globally competitive students. Polkesma also working on developing the productivity of applied research and service for qualified and innovative communities. Besides that, developing good organizational governance based on information technology. And finally, Polkesma is developing cooperation and productivity both of domestic and international partnerships. Polkesma has 5,000 students that is divided into 4 majors and 20 programs study. The campus is a benchmark of health education in Indonesia, which leads of 7 campuses, which located in Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, Ponorogo. At present, Polkesma offers study program, Diploma Program of Nutrition Study, Diploma Program of Nursing, Diploma Program of Midwifery, Diploma Program of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis, Diploma Program of Medical Records and Health Information, Diploma Program of Health Insurance, Diploma Program of Blood Bank Technology, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nutrition and Dietetics, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nursing, Undergraduate Program of Applied Midwifery, Undergraduate Program of Health Promotion, Undergraduate Program of Applied Safety and Health, Undergraduate Program of Professional Education, Dietitian, Nursing, and Midwife. To support lectures, Polkesma provides adequate facilities, starting with lecture rooms with modern learning media. Integrated functional laboratories supported by advanced technology. Digital-based integrated library or library, counseling unit, dormitory, mosque, gazebo, canteen, sport facilities, hotspot area, computer room, language laboratory, nursing laboratory, nutrition laboratory, midwifery laboratory, blood bank technology, medical record, and a secure parking. Supported by the implementation of a top vocational education with 60% of practicum activities and 40% of theory study, which will improve the student skill with practice in laboratories and other practical media. Polkesma continue to implement innovative, fun teaching methods with the concept of enjoying learning. On top of that, Polkesma implements an internet-based test for examination and e-learning and blended learning, which is applying classroom learning methods and utilizing e-learning. A qualified education is formed by instilling values that are presented through 220 teaching staff, qualified master and doctorals, who have been certified with various disciplines and examples in daily life. Polkesma also instills national character and ethics and excels in professionalism to withstand the global challenges. Besides academics, Polkesma also prepares students who are confident in their abilities by providing student activity units, developing students' interests and talents ranging from arts, sports, science, Red Cross, Scout, language, and spirituality. This is where the step of realizing the ideal begins, by channeling freedom of expression. Polkesma educates students to be loyal to the country and have a mental attitude of character by providing an education of national defense. Polkesma shows success in producing superior individuals with both national and international achievements. National and international cooperation with the health education institution as well as the health service institutions. This success can also be seen from the distribution and role of Polkesma alumni in international health agencies spread across Asia, Australia, Europe, and even America.
Dalam bidang layanan COE Polkesma, Polkesma melayani berbagai macam jenis analisa. Di antaranya adalah analisa proksimat, meliputi analisa kadar air, kadar protein, dan kadar lemak. Selain itu, juga melayani analisa antioksidan serta vitamin C. COE Polkesma juga melayani penelitian hewan coba, atau penelitian yang melibatkan tikus putih dalam penelitian pemanfaatan bahan lokal. COE Polkesma juga melayani analisa mikrobiologi dengan menganalisa total plate count atau TPC. Dalam tahun ke depan, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan produk minuman sehat dari hasil penelitian, misalnya jus campuran yang dapat menurunkan protein calon sel kanker, serta jus lain seperti jus seledri timun dan jus buah naga timun. Selain itu, COE Polkesma akan menyediakan es krim dan teh sehat dari tanaman pokak yang dapat menurunkan AFP atau alpha-fetoprotein sebagai indikasi anti kanker. COE Polkesma juga menyediakan pelatihan dalam bidang bakery sebagai bekal wahana melatih kewirausahaan untuk mahasiswa dan juga masyarakat umum.
Welcome to Malang State Polytechnic of Health, Polkesma. Polkesma is under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. The main campus is located on Besar Ijen Street 77C, Malang. The campus, which was established in 2001, is one of the 38 health institutions owned by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Polkesma has a vision to become a civilized and globally competitive polytechnic of health. Polkesma has a number of missions carried out, including organizing a qualified education and learning to develop the potential and the personality of civilized and globally competitive students. Polkesma also working on developing the productivity of applied research and service for qualified and innovative communities. Besides that, developing good organizational governance based on information technology. And finally, Polkesma is developing cooperation and productivity both of domestic and international partnerships. Polkesma has 5,000 students that is divided into 4 majors and 20 programs study. The campus is a benchmark of health education in Indonesia, which leads of 7 campuses, which located in Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, Ponorogo. At present, Polkesma offers study program, Diploma Program of Nutrition Study, Diploma Program of Nursing, Diploma Program of Midwifery, Diploma Program of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis, Diploma Program of Medical Records and Health Information, Diploma Program of Health Insurance, Diploma Program of Blood Bank Technology, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nutrition and Dietetics, Undergraduate Program of Applied Nursing, Undergraduate Program of Applied Midwifery, Undergraduate Program of Health Promotion, Undergraduate Program of Applied Safety and Health, Undergraduate Program of Professional Education, Dietitian, Nursing, and Midwife. To support lectures, Polkesma provides adequate facilities, starting with lecture rooms with modern learning media, integrated functional laboratories supported by advanced technology, digital-based integrated library or library, counseling unit, dormitory, mosque, gazebo, canteen, sport facilities, hotspot area, computer room, language laboratory, nursing laboratory, nutrition laboratory, midwifery laboratory, blood bank technology, medical record, and a secure parking. Supported by the implementation of a top vocational education with 60% of practicum activities and 40% of theory study, which will improve the student's skill with practice in laboratories and other practical media. Polkesma continue to implement innovative, fun teaching methods with the concept of enjoying learning. On top of that, Polkesma implements an internet-based test for examination and e-learning and blended learning, which is applying classroom learning methods and utilizing e-learning. A qualified education is formed by instilling values that are presented through 220 teaching staff, qualified master and doctorals who have been certified with various disciplines and examples in daily life. Polkesma also instills national character and ethics and excels in professionalism to withstand the global challenges. Beside academics, Polkesma also prepares students who are confident in their abilities by providing student activity units, developing students' interests and talents ranging from arts, sports, science, Red Cross, Scout, language, and spirituality. This is where the step of realizing the ideal begins, by channeling freedom of expression. Polkesma educates students to be loyal to the country and have a mental attitude of character by providing an education of national defense. Polkesma shows success in producing superior individuals with both national and international achievements. National and international cooperation with the health education institution as well as the health service institutions. This success can also be seen from the distribution and role of Polkesma alumni in international health agencies spread across Asia, Australia, Europe, and even America.
Dalam bidang layanan COE Polkesma, Polkesma melayani berbagai macam jenis analisa. Di antaranya adalah analisa proksimat, meliputi analisa kadar air, kadar protein, dan kadar lemak. Selain itu, juga melayani analisa antioksidan serta vitamin C. COE Polkesma juga melayani penelitian hewan coba atau penelitian yang melibatkan tikus putih dalam penelitian pemanfaatan bahan lokal. COE Polkesma juga melayani analisa mikrobiologi dengan menganalisa total plate count.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back in Health Polytechnic of Malang for the 5th International Conference Food, Nutrition and Health 2022. We are now reaching the last session of the day, that is the importance of water molecules on conformational change of human serum albumin and blood viscosity in diabetic patients by Dr. Ekawati Retnaningtyas, SCAP MCAS. But before that, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Arif Bahtiar that will lead this discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Arif Bahtiar, MCAP, PhD, finished his bachelor degree at Brawijaya University and graduated from master degree in nursing science of Universitas Indonesia. He got his doctoral degree in Saint Paul University, Philippines, and now are a lecturer in Health Polytechnic of Malang. As you can see on screen, this is his training history, research grant, and some of his publications. Without further ado, please, sir, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Tiana. Thank you for your kind introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Praise to Allah Almighty God who's giving us His blessing, especially in this event. The Excellency Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Vice Director, Heads of Departments, Heads of Study Program in Health Polytechnic of Malang, the honorable speakers, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session in our conference today. My name is Arif Bahtiar. I am a member of Faculty in Nursing Department. And this presents, I will be serving as your moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, diabetes is a major health problem all over the world. It affects serum albumin and increases blood viscosity. If it is untreated, this condition will cause cardiovascular system disturbances. Water is the source of life and one of the molecules needed in the cardiovascular system. What is the role of water molecules in managing serum albumin and blood viscosity? To answer this question, we have the outstanding speaker from Health Polytechnic of Malang. Before we get started, I would like to give you some information. For the respected speaker, you will have to maximum 45 minutes for presentation or until 1:45 p.m. And we will then finish with Q&A at the end of the session. For the participants, you will have the opportunity to submit your question or opinion by typing your questions in the chat box on Zoom or in our YouTube channel. You can also select raise hand button in Zoom during Q&A session. And now, before the last speaker delivers her presentation, I would like to introduce the speakers, Dr. Ekawati Retnaningtyas, or Dr. Naning. Dr. Naning is an assistant professor with more than 25 years of experience teaching pathophysiology, basic nursing, and medical surgical nursing. She is a former lecturer in the nursing department, but now she is moving to the applied health department. She obtained her doctoral degree in biomedical from Brawijaya University in 2016. In the 5 past years, she had numerous research and publications. She has published her scholarly work in formal publication, national and international journal, proceeding, and conference papers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ekawati Retnaningtyas. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Dr. Naning.
Mr. Arif.
How are you, Doctor?
Fine.
Okay, it's very nice to meet you here. And I will not take your time any longer. So, Dr.
Yes.
Nani, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arif.
You're welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. The Honorable Director of Politeknik Kesehatan Malang, Mr. Budi Susatya SKPMkes, the Honorable Director General of Health Workers of the Republik Indonesia, Dr. Kiki Arinaya, and the Honorable Speaker and participant of the International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. Praise the great, we pray in the presence of God, we can meet at the international conference is good condition. Before I before I explain the result of my research, I will explain the beginning for my research. It all started when I meet a case of in hospital, thrombotic stroke patient with diabetic during the month of Ramadan. Then I did a preliminary study by taking blood during fasting, and the blood was very thick. It was difficult to do inspiration. Then my patient was given 250 milliliter water to drink. After that, I took blood. When typing, the blood was very easy. And in the implementation of patient with hyperglycemia, the initial action is rehydration. After that, I did a research to answer about phenomena in last I research before I study in the program doctoral. Now I want to explain. I'm sorry. Okay. I want to explain about the importance of water molecule on conformational chain of human serum albumin and blood viscosity in diabetic patient in silico and in vivo study. The first, I want to explain about the role of water in protein stability. The second, the role of water in affecting albumin by molecular dynamic simulation. The last, I want to explain about the role of water in affecting the viscosity with conformational dynamic of albumin. Water is essential to life, yet people still do not fully understand many aspects of its involvement at the molecular level. It plays with a varied role at the different level of complexity from molecule and cell to tissue and organism. The above fact show that water is not simply as a solvent. Almost all protein and nucleic acid are inactive in the absence of water, and hydration determines their structure, stability, flexibility, and the function. Specifically for protein, the dynamic of water-protein interaction govern in various activity, including the facilitation of protein folding, maintenance of structural integrity, mediation of molecular recognition, and the last, acceleration and enzymatic catalysis. The complexity of water at the molecular level has not been fully examined. It is due to the complexity of the water molecule at the cellular on the shell and molecular organism. The function of water for protein are to facilitate the protein folding, maintain the structural integrity, mediate the protein rigidity, and accelerate the enzymatic catalysis. It is important to be studied to determine the dynamic properties of biomolecules related to biological properties of the water and the molecular level. During preliminary study, indicate to plasma viscosity the normal people lowered by giving the addition of 10 microliter water to 6 milliliter of plasma. It indicates the function of water on blood rheology. The role of water in affecting the viscosity is might related with conformational dynamic of albumin. Albumin protein acts as a protein transport for various compounds with cover hormone, fatty acid, drug, and so on. The role of water which can affect the conformation chain can be studied with the various computational software to perform simulation model for molecular dynamics. My method is maybe the study was using is in silico molecular dynamic method. Molecular dynamic simulation program for glycated albumin was run in various glucose concentration. The first 5 milligram per milliliter until 20 milligram per milliliter. And the perform using Yasara software. Blood viscosity was measured during design method with a post-test only. The 3-step measurement was including sampling, and then plasma collection, and then blood viscosity measurement method. And the study was obtained the concentration glucose in the glycated albumin can affect to chain of conformational albumin and secondary structure of the protein albumin. This is the first I ate 10 microliter water to 6 milliliter plasma. And then after the rheology, different in the molecular charts, and I measured made 5 minutes until 60 minutes. My use Brookfield tool, and then this is change in the blood plasma viscosity after addition of water 10 microliter in normal individual and diabetic patient without complication. There are different from before and before I add water and after I add the water 10 microliter. In the figure show the different from normal and diabetic patient. After small addition water can affect blood rheology. Rheology is affected by the attractive molecule and which increase the dynamic of blood flow. Charts a difference between molecule of water and albumin protein causes a movement of attraction. It causes the movement of flow. The addition of 10 microliter of blood plasma can decrease the viscosity of diabetic patient. Rehydration is more focused with volume, but of these results show that small amount of 10 microliter water can reduce the viscosity of blood plasma. Examination is the assess the change blood concentration and blood component abnormality such as blood rigidity of erythrocyte deformability. Furthermore, plasma viscosity examination is used to assess change in the level of albumin, globulin, and fibrinogen. Water can affect the change in the protein conformation, especially albumin, and then conformation change also caused by the distribution of electron and the bonding of hydrophobic and hydrophilic albumin. Electron distribution causes the dynamic gravitational pull in each molecule. Furthermore, the addition of water on the hydrophobic area causes conformation change in albumin. Diabetic mellitus patient with impaired metabolism, carbohydrate, lipid, and protein, and have an increased blood glucose. Hyperglycemia can lead to increased blood viscosity, either whole blood viscosity or plasma viscosity, which will lead to change in the blood rheology. Hyperglycemia can also result in albumin glycation, which in the non-enzymatic glycosylation process between glucose and albumin. Another effect of hyperglycemia is an increase in osmotic diuretic that can cause dehydration and result in increase in blood viscosity. Dehydration can influence the conformation change in albumin. This is the process in the method, but molecular dynamic simulation method was used in this research. The help of Vyasara software. I aim to examine the dynamic of all atom constructing in the albumin protein in its time unit and to predict the physical impact causes by the different in the interaction partner. The state in Vyasara software were used human serum albumin and sample were taken from the protein data bank database with ID 1A06. The structure was the result of X-ray method with a resolution of 2.6 Armstrong. Furthermore, the glycosylation was performed on the cysteine 34, arginine 4010, and last lysine 525 site. In this, the most frequent glycation site and the arginine, lysine, and the cysteine. This is a simulation system on the condition of various amount of water. You know about the figure, the simulation system on the condition of varying amount of water, starting with the reduction of the number water molecule, namely by reducing the water molecule by 20%, 30%, and then 40%. This is human serum conformational change, serve dehydration. The effect of dehydration change the conformation of albumin. There was a significant change in the pattern of protein dynamic when compared to the control. You know, is the dimension human serum albumin conformation is normal condition. In the figure, show is black line, and then dehydration, red line, green line, and blue line. RMSD, root mean square division, charts in the average distance between between atom or change important conformational RMSD because the atom undergoes dynamic as in the certain time. The dynamic pattern as conformational change must be the same as the control. The conformational change does not exceed 2.0 Armstrong, meaning that the conformational change is relatively stable. There is no damage to the human serum albumin structure. Computational studies show that there is the conformational change of human serum albumin by a reduction water ranging from to 20%, 30%, and 40%. Conformational change in the human serum albumin does not exceed more than 2 Armstrong. It means that change in the conformational of human serum albumin is still within the normal range, and it is not damaging the structure of the human serum albumin. Different change of the albumin structure dynamic begin on the condition of 30% dehydration. It can be seen from the pattern of the dynamic that are much different from the normal. It is signed by not having much fluctuation of RMSD, less dehydration albumin, namely 20% dehydration, so dynamic pattern approaching normal condition. While the simulation of 40% dehydration shows similar result with 30% dehydration. The simulation result can strengthen the hypothesis that the presence of water is very important in influencing the conformation of albumin protein. Decreasing the number of water molecules would have an impact on the protein stability. The less amount of water showing the conformational dynamic is not too fluctuating. It might be explained why the serum albumin have high viscosity under dehydration condition and made reversible by addition amount of water. Human serum albumin conformational change are affected by the number of water molecule. The polarity of the water molecule produce a hydrogen bond, so the tagging between red hydrogen and water molecule or other hydrophilic molecule occurs. The tagging between water molecule and human serum albumin causes conformational change. The role of water is very important in the stability and structure of the protein. It is associated with a nature of hydrophobic from protein. Hydrophobic of human serum albumin based on hydrophobicity analysis of human serum albumin. It shows that global property of human serum albumin is more hydrophilic, but some amino acid have high hydrophobicity properties. This condition provides variable interaction of water with human serum albumin. When the water meets hydrophilic surface area, it can cover all protein surface region. However, the protein has hydrophilic surface that not favorable to interact with a water molecule. It can affect directly to dynamic movement of protein when they are reducing number on electron on the surface, causing the less water interaction that might induce the conformational chain of albumin. Conformational chain depend on several things, namely the curvature of the albumin, smooth or raw surface layer human serum albumin, as well as the nature of hydrophobic and hydrophilic membrane surface human serum albumin. Simulation results show that the addition of glucose concentration in glycated albumin influence the conformational chain and also change in the secondary structure of the protein albumin. The albumin conformation has increased in the beginning of the simulation, which started at 200 picosecond. There was a drastic increase of RMSD at 780 picosecond. However, subsequently, albumin has relatively static. It occurred due to the damage in albumin structure and caused increased static of the dynamic. This is a figure about the appearance of glycated albumin at 200 picosecond, and then 600 picosecond, the last 1,200,000 picosecond undergoes a conformational chain, which has an impact on secondary structure, change that result in change in the albumin function. Conformational chain during the simulation. Conformational chain during the simulation is with change in albumin secondary structure we found from the coil into alpha helix. The transition process of secondary structure change was highlighted in yellow. This is, yeah, you know, in the yellow or yellow, yeah. And then analysis result on albumin protein potential energy during simulation show that albumin at glucose concentration has the low energy, followed by 20 milligram and milliliter glucose and the 5 milligram per milliliter glucose concentration as the most positive potential energy. High blood sugar condition can cause the albumin protein to experience multiple glycation processes, which lead to the advanced glycated end product condition. Glycation process causes change in the function of albumin protein. High glucose concentration can cause albumin to undergo excessive glycation process or a condition where glucose directly affect the dynamic of protein albumin. The conclusion, chain are followed by destructive force causes a rheological dynamic. A little change in the amount of water can affect the dynamic of water or albumin. Molecular dynamic simulation reveal the phenomena of water influence on conformational dynamic of the albumin protein. Dehydration of 30 and 40% show dynamic patterns which are much different from normal condition. It proves that water has an important role in determining blood viscosity, which directly affect the albumin protein in the blood. this study become the basis that the first step for the treatment primary prevention of any disease affecting blood rheology. The important role of water in determining the pattern of conformational change in the protein albumin can be used as a basis for water therapy in some disease like diabetic, cancer, malaria, and so on, with the aim of lowering blood viscosity. I think this is enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nanning. It's very insightful
welcome.
presentation, I think. Yes, it's only 30 minutes left, and we still have also 30 minutes more before closing this conference today. All right, so I think it's time for Q&A sessions, but I did not see any question in chat box. Maybe the participants want to accelerate to our speaker. We still have 30 minutes more, and please, for the participant, if you want to ask to the speakers, you can raise hand, or you can type your question or opinion in the chat box.
Assalamualaikum. Mr. Arif.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Okay, there is a question from Bu Anggun. Please, Bu Anggun.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nanning, for your presentation. Very awesome for us, and we can see how important the water is for our body. Okay, I want to know more. Actually, how the technical water therapy should we do? Yeah, for all of the patient you have explained, the diabetic patient, the heart disease patient, how much water should be in case for each patient is seberapa banyak yang harus kita konsumsi to practice this water therapy. It is the first question, and the second question is how about the diabetic mellitus patient with the renal complication, with the water limitation, maybe Dr. Nanning, how the water therapy can be applied for them? Yeah, maybe it is my question. Thank you for the time and your explanation before. Assalamualaikum, selamat siang. Nanning.
Thank you so much, Bu Anggun Setiarini, for the challenging questions. And there are two questions. The first is about amount of water. And the second is how about the renal disease in consuming the water? Please, Bu Nanning, you can answer the question.
Renal or heart disease?
Excuse me?
Sometimes
renal
disease.
Diabetic mellitus patient sometimes will suffer complication like renal condition. Yeah, so they have to limit their water intake also.
Yeah. Excuse me, I asked for Mr. Arif. Can I answer with Indonesia, not English?
Yes, ma'am. It's okay, ma'am. You can use Indonesian if you are.
Bu Anggun, water therapy yang saya teliti adalah air pada kondisi pasien tidak komplikasi. Karena kalau sudah komplikasi sudah beda. Jadi harus kita hitungkan intake output baik pada pasien dengan renal atau dengan heart disease. Jadi yang saya teliti adalah pasien DM tanpa komplikasi. Satu itu. Terus yang kedua, water therapy. Nah, selama ini kan orang melihat bahwa ada banyak terapi water. Ya, kayak kangen water, hidrogen water gitu. Nah, ini air yang sudah dirubah. Kangen water adalah air dengan pH yang cukup tinggi. Di atas 7. Artinya bahwa air ini sudah mendekati basa. Nah, hasil penelitian dan beberapa jurnal yang ada, dalam kondisi sakit, pH darah itu lebih ke arah asam. Jadi diberikan kangen water itu untuk menormalkan, ya kembali lagi kondisi seimbang.
Netralisir.
Nah, homeostasis. Kalau kita belajar di keperawatan ada homeostasis. Jadi pada saat kondisi dia sakit itu mungkin Pak Roni double. Ininya harus dikecilkan karena Pak Roni sebelah saya. Pada saat sakit itu cenderung pH darah itu menurun. Makanya dikasih air dengan kondisi basah supaya terjadi keseimbangan. Balik lagi. Makanya kangen water itu tidak spesifik. Dia bisa menyembuhkan apa, tetapi yang jelas dalam kondisi sakit apapun, kondisi tubuh itu darahnya ke arah asam. Makanya dikasih kangen. Makanya kangen itu untuk semua penyakit. Padahal itu sebenarnya bukan terapi, untuk mengembalikan keseimbangan. Waktu itu saya juga mau meneliti tentang kangen. Pembimbing saya untuk apa? Karena ini sudah di produk. Jadi saya pakai air. Air di sini adalah H2O itu H plus OH min. Nah, air dikatakan sebagai antioksidan karena dia memberikan satu elektronnya pada molekul yang tidak berpasangan. Artinya kalau molekul itu tidak berpasangan, itu radikal. Dia lebih radikal. Makanya diberikanlah satu elektron. Untuk itu, air ini disebut sebagai antioksidan. Makanya saya berharap ini itu bisa menolong orang diabetes. Kalau air nggak usah beli, di rumah setiap saat ada. Jadi sebelum komplikasi, minum yang banyak. Supaya apa? Viskositas darah itu turun. Waktu studi pendahuluan ada beberapa Prof. Joko, kemudian ada Dr. Laksmi, itu saya pakai untuk studi pendahuluan. Pada saat bulan Ramadan itu kasus DM dengan stroke, trombosis sangat tinggi. Kebetulan saya magang di RSSA. Nah, berangkat dari sanalah saya mencoba untuk menjawab kira-kira kalau dilihat nanti dijelaskan di dalam ilmu pengetahuan ini, basic science-nya itu seperti apa. Akhirnya saya mengambil darah pasien, kemudian dari 6 mili saya kasih 10 mikrolit, itu bisa menurunkan viskositas. Artinya air ini bukan pelarut. Kalau pelarut kan jumlah yang diberikan jauh lebih banyak. Ini 6 mili dengan 10 mikrolit. Nah, jadi yang menyebabkan penurunan adalah terjadinya tadi adanya reologi, perubahan reologi pada seseorang ya, sehingga dapat menurunkan viskositasnya. Mungkin itu, I'm sorry I can't explain with English because my English is poor.
It's okay, ma'am.
No problem, ma'am. Thank you very much. It's very clear, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bu Naning. Bu Anggun, hope that answer your question. Is there any question or comment, ma'am?
No, I think it's clear that the water therapy that Dr. Naning has been studied, it is for patient without complication. Yeah.
Yeah, not complication, only diabetic not complicated.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
it's good for the
Maybe.
people, normal people, like Bu Anggun, Pak Arif, more drinking water every time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mama Anggun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much,
Dr.
Pak Arif. And
I did not see any question. I still did not see any question in the chat box. Yeah. Maybe I want to ask you any question. Maybe it can trigger the others to ask the same question. Maybe, Dr. Naning.
Yeah.
Have the result of your study been tested on patients, and what are the results? That's the first question.
My result is water is very important for the body. You know, in the body there are 75% as water, especially in the intracell, ya. 2/3 tubuh ini terdiri dari cairan. This water is very important for the body. Jadi sudah saya sampaikan kesimpulannya bahwa air ini berpengaruh pada dinamisasi satu protein. Yang saya teliti adalah albumin. Albumin ini carrying obat. Pada saat proses glikosilasi terjadi reaksi antara glukosa dan protein, itu mengakibatkan terjadinya kerusakan. Dan protein ini akan jadi statis, tidak dinamis. Nah, sementara ini yang teman sejawat lihat, pada saat pasien dengan hiperglikemi, albumin di sini hanya ditunjukkan pada saat dia hiperglikemi, pada saat hiperglikemi, carrying obat ini pasti terganggu. Tadi di hasil penelitian saya, dia akan jadi statis. Pada prinsipnya, bahwa protein itu dinamis. Nah, pada saat dia statis, dia nggak bisa carrying obat itu dengan baik. Nah, yang dilihat pada saat dia nggak sembuh, dosis itu dinaikkan. Padahal sebetulnya yang bawa itu yang nggak bagus. Nah, inilah yang nanti mau saya lanjutkan sebetulnya. Nah, saya masih tahun 2000 yang tadi ditanyakan Bu Anggun itu sebenarnya ada beberapa penelitian yang sudah saya kerjakan. Kemudian pada saat pasien dengan Pak Ari, luka dengan gangguan, proses penyembuhannya luka itu memang cukup lama. Nah, albuminnya turun, yang ditambah jumlahnya. Tanpa orang melihat kualitas kerja albumin ini sudah baik atau tidak. Makanya ini menjawab penata laksanaan pasien dengan diabetik pada kondisi hiperglikemi, langkah awal adalah rehidrasi. Dengan rehidrasi itu akan membantu memperbaiki konformasional dari albumin itu sendiri. Nah, setelah rehidrasi, selama rehidrasi kita akan juga follow up untuk glukosa darahnya. Jadi sambil menurunkan glukosa darah kita lakukan rehidrasi. Itu dua-duanya akan membantu, satu memperbaiki dinamisasi protein, yang satunya juga karena glikosilasi juga memperparah kondisi dari proses konformasi dari protein itu sendiri. Mungkin itu Pak Arif.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I really sorry because I got problem with internet connection already, but alhamdulillah, I have connected again. We have still 45. We have still 15 minutes more. One question more, ma'am. Maybe for the participant, if you have a question, you can raise hand, or you can ask directly to the speaker. But if still no question, I will. Is there any question from participant?
From Mr. Ronnie.
Mr. Ronnie. Oh, yes.
And
I'm sorry.
the chat,
Yes,
there are
ma'am. I will read,
many
ma'am.
questions, Pak Arif.
Okay, ma'am, I will read. Related to your research, after the water came homeostasis, do you observe blood glucose level? Have any effect of water hemostasis to decrease blood glucose? Have any effect?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe you can respond this question, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Arif.
You observe,
Thank you, Mr. Ronnie.
Have any effect?
I want to explain your question. After I research, studi pendahuluan, tadi sudah saya jelaskan, setelah pemberian air, itu saya munda, ini klinis ya, saya belum lihat bagaimana viskositas dan sebagainya. Klinis aja saya lihat. Saat Prof. Joko dan Dr. Laksmi itu puasa, saya ngambil itu sekitar jam 5 sore. Dan itu begitu susahnya karena terlalu kental. Nah, setelah itu begitu buka puasa saya berikan air mineral hanya ya sekecil inilah. Dia minum tuh separuh. 5 menit, 10 menit berikutnya saya ambil. Saya ambil darah itu dan begitu mudahnya darah itu penyadapan darah itu terjadi. Itu klinis. Saya hanya bisa melihat, oh iya, sekarang lebih mudah dari yang tadi. Belum ada jawabannya karena waktu itu masih studi pendahuluan. Artinya pemberian air ini tahap awal memang dapat menurunkan viskositas darah. Nah, penelitian saya menjawab mekanisme penurunan viskositas itu seperti apa. Kemudian kerja pada saat konformasi albumin itu seperti apa. Karena memang metode yang saya pakai in silico yaitu bioinformatika, saya docking antara pakai Yasara dengan, jadi ngambil ini pakai simulasi, jadi antara yang ada di darah tadi yang saya masukkan di Brookfield alatnya untuk kita bisa melihat pengaruh air, mengukur viskositas Brookfield itu. Nah, tapi kalau yang bioinformatika yang saya sampaikan tadi, jadi yang pertama saya mengambil protein human serum albumin itu di protein data bank. Itu nanti di short itu ada PDB itu, kalau kita mau nyari apapun ada protein di situ. Nah, setelah itu saya mau lihat biasanya glikasi itu terjadi di mana saja lokasinya. Di lisin, arginin, dan satu lagi Nah, itu 3 tempat itu yang sering terjadi proses glikosilasi. Nah, dari situlah saya akan bisa melihat nanti energi itu energi yang dikeluarkan itu begitu kuatnya atau tidak. Nah, kemudian saya ada gambarnya, ini akan bisa merubah struktur dari protein atau tidak. Itu ada gambarnya, itu akan kelihatan. Nah, untuk terjadi perubahan, saya harus bisa menghitung perubahan gerakan atom yang memakai rumus RMSD tadi. Jadi saya akan menghitung gerakan atom itu, apakah sudah mulai terjadi dinamisasi itu normal apa tidak. Apa berdampak terhadap struktur protein atau tidak. Itu akan kelihatan, Pak Roni. Jadi itu tadi yang bisa saya sampaikan, bahwa secara klinis itu tampak, dan juga pada saat saya penelitian itu dibuktikan dengan metode in silico dan juga in vivo. Makasih Pak Arif.
Okay, ma'am, thank you for the answers. Yes, I think the time is very limited, so I think we will close soon this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was last question from Mr. Roni and answer from the speaker. At the end of the session, it can be concluded that the water is very essential for diabetes, especially in managing serum albumin and blood viscosity. Once again, thank you very much for the outstanding speaker, Dr. Naning, for sharing a valuable and insightful knowledge. Thank you for participants as well for staying till the end. I am Ari Bakhtiar, the moderator of the last session. Reveal a big apology for everything if I did improperly during presentation and discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Mbak Tiana, I'll give back to you. Waalaikumsalam.
Can suggest for the Mr. Arif, I can give a suggest for the participant.
Oh, yeah. I have, okay, ma'am, if you want to give a closing statement, please.
Drink before thirst. Minum sebelum haus. Kalau sudah haus berarti sel itu sudah mulai merasa ada masalah. Jadi yang benar adalah minum sebelum haus. Make drinking water a habit. Jadi biasakan minum itu menjadi satu kebiasaan. Karena masih banyak orang yang nggak suka minum. Dan sekarang ini sudah menjadi habit bahwa anak-anak kecil, orang tua, mahasiswa, saya lihat di tasnya itu ada tumbler di dalam tasnya. Artinya sudah mulai menjadi satu habit untuk minum. Jadi minumlah sebelum haus. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. It's very nice statement, closing statement, I think. Dan Mbak Tiana.
Appreciation for you. And once again, I would like to say thank you very much for your sharing your time today with us. We hope to see you again next quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's all we have for our two today. It is my great pleasure that we have a fruitful discussion. I would like to say thank you very much to all distinguished speakers for your insight and spending your time to serve with us today. Much appreciation also to our audience who is staying with us till the end of the sessions. Hopefully it can be beneficial for all of us. Please don't forget to fill the attendance link in the chat box, and tomorrow we will meet again at 8 p.m. Indonesian time. I repeat, 8 p.m. Indonesian time at the same link for the second day of the 5th International Conference on Food, Nutrition and Health. Finally, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. See you tomorrow.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mbak Tiana.
Terima kasih Bu Naning, Pak Arif.
Sama-sama Pak.
Pak
Very
Roni.
welcome, Pak Nur Rahman. See you.
Ya,
Sama-sama, Pak.
Sukses tahun depan juga, lanjut terus ya.
Belajar Pak, saya belajar sama Pak Arif ini. Mantap nih moderator ya. The best.
Pak Roni, ini.
Oh iya.
Ini yang pakai SEM.
Oh, pakai SEM dia. Yeah, everyone nih. Terima kasih Bu Naning. Sopo.
Sama-sama.
Dari Bogor. Toheri Sopo ya.
Besok lanjut loh, besok lanjut.
Iya.
Lanjut. Okay. May I leave the Zoom?
Oke.
Okay.
Thank you.
Congrats Pak Nur Rahman. Besok jam berapa Pak Nur?
Jam 9. Jam 9 kan? Kayaknya randanya jam 9. Lihat rando dong. Aku lupa Nur.
From City Arum.
Pak Nur, yang observer di chat, yang jadi observer besok itu tugasnya memberi nilai ataukah bagaimana? Ada toolnya?
Iya, kayaknya memberi nilai Bu, memberi nilai ada.
Alatnya harus dibuat, Mbak Win, kayaknya.
Ada.
Belum.
Linknya masih sama Tiana untuk besok. Linknya sama.
Sudah kamu ambil.
Sudah ada toolnya.
Ya, kamu ambil. Ya, kamu kirim ke Ibu.
Sudah ada Pak.
Ada kayaknya kemarin, tahun kemarin sudah ada, berarti sekarang mestinya ada nih. Kita cek di olah, kayaknya ada Bu. Kita cek di olah nanti.
Ya. Oke.
Besok jam berapa saudara?
Besok jam berapa? Kita lihat dulu. Pak, kita lihat dulu dia ini. Di webinar kita. Ntar ceknya dulu.
Jam 9 lah.
Pardon.
Jawabnya.
No.
Oh ibu, glukosa darahnya belum diukur tak bu ya? Belum ya?
Diukur. Ada nggak tak masuk no, 30 menit kok. Ada viskositas, ada semua ada.
Besok jam 9.
Ya, siap.
9.
Ini sudah boleh live Pak Nur?
Bisa Bu. Udah.
Ya.
Udah. Makasih Bu Naning.
Sama-sama.
Mantap, mantap,
semuanya.
mantap.
Sama Mbak Win. Sampeyan kok mek ketok alis. Mbak Win kok mek ketok alis itu?
Aku ndelok nang nggone anu, Bu. Gak duwe kursi nek Bandung.
Kok sak nomen to?
Gelisah iki duduke kalor gitu.
Terus sampean gelempoh iku.
Iya. Ya piye diwe instruksi.
Oke, sampai besok.
Ya.
Izin live.
Yeah.